Three roads out of the same world. Tonight, let's start by untangling three things that usually get thrown in together into the same box on the same esoteric shelf: the Hermetica, Gnostic writings, and Platonism. And the reason they get confused is that they genuinely are relatives, or at least they live in the same neighborhood of the Greek-speaking Eastern Mediterranean in about the first or third through third centuries. They even use the same vocabulary: the one, the nous, the descent of the soul, the climb back up through the planetary spheres. If you read them fast, they could even blur together into a single, seemingly harmonious thing. But this only happens until you ask a single question: what is wrong with the world? Platonism says nothing really. The cosmos is the best thing that could have been made from what there was to make with it. In the Timaeus, a divine craftsman shapes matter after eternal patterns, and the result is beautiful, a living image of eternity. Evil isn't a power here. It's a shortfall, a thinning out at the far end of the chain of being. So the problem isn't the world. The problem is you. You're distracted. You're disordered. We look down instead of up. And the cure in Platonism is training: dialectic, mathematical, virtue, contemplation, a long apprenticeship, not a rescue. Platonism was so irritated by people who thought otherwise, Plotinus, that he wrote a whole treatise called Against the Gnostics, accusing them of arrogance, of insulting a beautiful cosmos, and of imagining they could skip the moral work. The Gnostic texts say quite a lot is wrong, actually. And it goes back to the beginning. Something ruptured inside the divine fullness. A lesser being, ignorant or malicious, built this world and then announced that he was God. And the Gnostics, these were Christians, remember. Heretical Christians, according to the ones who won, historically. And you are a spark, they thought, of the real divinity, stranded in a counterfeit, and crucially, you don't know it. What saves you isn't argument, it's gnosis, knowledge delivered by a messenger from outside the system, outside the matrix, knowledge that wakes you up. Notice the genre shift here too. This isn't strictly philosophy. It's not fully myth, and it's often its own genesis. And its own genesis is written against the grain, with the serpent cast as the one telling the truth. But the Hermetica sits between them and belongs to neither. Egyptian Greek dialogues in which Hermes Trismegistus teaches a student, taught, Asclepius, or a soul that Poimandres takes on a guided tour of the cosmos. It shares gnosis with the Gnostics. You are saved by knowing, and there's a rebirth involved. But it mostly shares Plato's cosmos. The world is called a second god, a daimon. Cosmos is a daimon in the Hermetica. Man is a great wonder, able to rise to the divine and stoop to the earth. There's no villain in the sky. What traps you is ignorance and embodiment, not a conspiracy. Although, and this is where it gets interesting, a handful of Hermetic treatises turn savagely on the world weary, calling the cosmos the fullness of evil. Scholars have been arguing about this for a century, and we've been talking about it in Dr. Litwa's course, of course. But is it a contradiction, or is this a curriculum? Litwa says it's a curriculum. Others have said it's a contradiction. Gnosticism as a single-minded religion is largely a modern innovation, and Hermetism was never a church. Platonism was never one school. We're using rough labels for a very messy but fertile and argumentative period of time. So let's begin by seeing what the dictionary, well, not the usual dictionary, of course, says about Hermes thrice great. Welcome, everybody, to the Hermetic Podcast, another wonderful live stream. And if you'll notice, victory, I am wearing my green shirt with a blue screen so I don't vanish into the invisible in front of your eyes. How is everybody doing today? Before we continue on, I do want to say we have this wonderful event coming up. We've got EnochiaCon, a Hermeticism, Enochian magic, esotericism conference focused on John Dee and Edward Kelly, but also including many other things that are esoteric, including a little bit of Eastern stuff, as you know already from having Craig Williams do an amazing Ayurvedic alchemy and death gnosis Dashan lecture at our spring workshop. So without further ado, here's a wonderful song that I wrote singing about the upcoming Dee and Kelly conference that I very much hope you attend online or in person. All right. So we're going to start by looking and asking, who is Hermes Trismegistus? And what is the first thing we traditionally would do when we ask ourselves, what is a thing that I've never heard of? Well, in my day, we got out the Encyclopedia Britannica, which was universally in every household, it seems, stacked along the bottom shelves of some dusty basement's cellar. And you'd go down there and your parents would tell you to go look it up in the encyclopedia and use a dictionary too. And then you'd write your school report on why Arkansas is the lead lead producer in the United States. Yes, that's correct. In grade school, I had to write an essay and do a study on one of the states. Not in 13 years of education in Canada, though, did I ever have to do a single project on any of the Canadian provinces, only on a united state. Ain't that something? Anyway, where do you look up Hermes Trismegistus in the dictionary? That's the question. And the answer is in the Esoteric dictionary. But what's that? It's not something on most shelves in most libraries, and it's not something you can easily get. People like to throw around accusations of gatekeeping everywhere, but the main place still doing that is the universities themselves. And that's why the dictionary of Gnosis and Western Esotericism generally will run you between $500 and $1,000 if you can find a copy. I think you can get it straight from Brill, of course, the almighty Brill. See, this is blue, so if I hold it on the blue screen, it's just magic. It's gone. Oh, I can pull it out of thin air. I'm pulling this great Hermetic book out of thin air. Look at that. So what's it say about Hermes Trismegistus? We'll read a bit, we'll talk a bit, we'll discuss, and we have more things to come later on. We got a variety show happening here on the Frater R.C. Friday Power Hour. And again, thanks everyone for being here. Angela from Michigan, Redwood Raven Clan's in the house. All right. Glad you liked the song, and glad you guys, I know some of you are coming to a Nokia Con, so that's wonderful. It's going to be good. The entry for Hermes Trismegistus is very big in this book. It's a massive book, and it took me years to bring myself to get it, but I'm glad I did. I was talking to Justin Sledge about it when he was here in Vancouver at 2025 in Nokia Con. He was like, dude, even I don't have that. I was like, damn. Well, to be fair, he has a bunch of originals from 500 years ago, so I think he's doing just fine in the book department, isn't he? Dear old Justin Sledge. And so let's talk about Hermes. Hermes Trismegistus 1, Antiquity, Thought and Hermes, T-H-O-T. 2, Hermes Trismegistus. 3, Genealogy of Hermes. And 4, Hermetic Disciples and Teachers. We might not do it all today, but that's okay. We have many other fun things to do. Thought and Hermes. Excuse me. In the later Greco-Roman period, Greco-Roman world, Hermes Trismegistus was seen as an Egyptian sage of remote antiquity whose knowledge of both the material and spiritual world and their interrelationship were of great help to get some of the vicissitudes of life, to get some control of the vicissitudes, the changes of life, and to bring soul in harmony and its divine origin. And to bring the soul into harmony and its divine origin. You know you're getting old when you have to squint to read a dictionary, eh? Though this name shows that the Greeks saw some correspondence between this sage and their own god, Hermes, the figure of Hermes Trismegistus was in reality firmly rooted in the religious soil of Egypt. Already in the 5th century BC, Herodotus identified the Greek Hermes with the Egyptian god Thoth. And most probably he was not the first to do so. Without any comment, he called the cult center of Thoth Hermopolis, later Hermopolis Magna, and mentioned the existence of a temple of Hermes at Bubastis. Hermes Trismegistus originated as the Greek interpretation of the god Thoth, Interpretatio Graeca, just as on the Jewish side, Thoth was identified with Moses, Interpretatio Judaica. The career of the moon god Thoth, yes, he was a moon god and still is in many of our hearts, albeit equated often with the word or logos itself, and thus higher spheres than the moon. But the career of the moon god Thoth in the Egyptian pantheon and his complex relationship with many other gods is well known. His most characteristic feature, which in some way determined most of his other qualities, was that he was considered the inventor of counting and writing. He was represented as an ibis or a baboon, and as an ibis-headed or baboon-headed man. Since the moon receives its light from the sun, he was considered the latter's nightly representative, and as such he appears often with the sun god in the solar bark, or as the scribe of Ra. You know, I'm a monkey in Chinese astrology. I'm in the year 81 of the cock, of the rooster, and I'd love to be a rooster, but technically my birthday falls a day or two before that year's Chinese New Year, and therefore I fall in the year of the monkey. But I like to think of myself as a monkey cock, just to make it simple. Sorry, I meant rooster. Since the moon receives its light from the sun, he's related to Ra. At the same time, he was also the protector and healer of the moon. Its waning and reappearance was associated with the stolen or damaged eye of Horus, which on the day of the full moon was retrieved or healed by Thoth, who thus became the restorer of the cosmic order. And that's why we always use Thoth or Thoth or Jehuti or Tehuti on the full moon when doing full moon healing rituals every month as a dose. Ooh, if I don't keep my finger there, I'm going to lose the place in this tiny, tiny writing. So yes, the moon, he's the healer. So a good god for healing, in fact. As the god of moon, Thoth became the restorer of the cosmic order, chief measurer of time, and who distinguished the seasons, months, and years, and also determined the regnal years of the pharaohs. Under this aspect, he became the ordering principle of civil and religious life in general, the Lord of laws. The institutions of temple worship and the plans of the temples were ascribed to him. He was the Lord of the divine words, sort of the architect, right? The architect and the orderer. You can see why Pythagorean and geometric mysticism and sacred shapes are so also equated with this and fit in quite well. The institutions of temple worship and plans of temples were ascribed to him. Yes, Lord of the divine words, of the sacred formula of ritual and cult, including the invocations of the gods and magical practices. But he was also one who spoke for the gods. And this is interesting because this is such a Hermes role that we ascribe to Mercury and later on, or even at this time, I guess. But yeah, he's a lunar mercurial god. His theocracy has multiple qualities. And that's theocracy with a S, not a C. His wisdom concerning things divine made him the magician par excellence, the one great in magic, to whom a great number of charms and spells were attributed. As the one who knows, the all-knowing, he was considered the inventor of script, language, and literature, and of all kinds of sciences, and even especially in the Ptolemaic period, the creator who made the world by thought and speech. So it's interesting that, as we know and have discussed often, he started as a moon god and transitioned into somewhat grander status, I suppose, though healing the cosmos is pretty much as grand as I think it can get. Hello, Houdini, welcome. Thoth was also an important god of the dead. From the earliest times to the Greek period, he was seen as a psychopompus. What can't this guy do? He can do everything. I mean, maybe all you need is Thoth. He was seen as a psychopompus, the one who brought the dead to the other world, where he also played a part in the judgment ceremony. Just as he had done in the case of Osiris, he reconstructed the corpse of the deceased and opened his mouth in order to give him the breath of life. In the 4th century BC, the main characteristics of Thoth were already known to the Greeks. Plato, who calls him Theuth, knew that he was an Egyptian god, to whom the ibis was sacred and who had invented numbers and counting, geometry and astronomy, drafts and gambling, and in particular the art of writing, the usefulness of which was questioned by King Thamos, who is the humanized Egyptian god Ammon, according to the Phaedrus by Plato. Thoth's function as psychopompus may have been one of the reasons that prompted the Greeks to identify him with their god Hermes. According to the Homeric hymn of Hermes 19, he was the son of Zeus and Maia, born on Mount Cylene. The name Hermes derived from the heaps of stones, Hermion, that served as landmarks. From the earliest times, Hermes had been the god who guided and protected the wayfarer. Originally a squared ithyphallic pillar with a head, his image became gradually more anthropomorphic, which resulted in his most well-known representation with winged sandals, a staff, and his characteristic traveler hat. Herms were inter alia set up at crossroads, on marketplaces, at the gateways of cities and borders of states. Hard to not think of the henges of Scotland and England and the dolmens of Ireland, isn't it? The borders and estates. As god of the road, he also became the god who guided the dead to the underworld, which became a popular literary motif, but had firm roots in ordinary life. Because of his inventiveness, he was called cleverest of gods and even crafty. And this is very similar to the Irish god Lu in these qualities. These are all Lu qualities, which again, I associate him with the moon, but he's also very mercurial. Remember, there's never a one-for-one correspondence between gods and other gods or other qualities and planets. They all have theocracies, which are the generative attributes that define their godhood. Yes. Crafty. Having made the lyre and played it on the very first day of his life, he became the patron of music and musicians. No wonder I love this guy so much. First day of grade 1 in Waldorf school, they gave us each a lyre. Obviously, our parents paid for it, I'm sure. But we didn't get to keep it, which was interesting. And we played lyre every day before or after story time, where they would read Grimm's fairy tales when we'd have a nap. So I love the lyre. The lyre is a great instrument. Though, well, I mean, it's not the best instrument, but it is a cool instrument. And yeah, I should get one someday. I might do a little bouzouki playing at the end here, since I did record a bit today for this promo video I'm going to show you. And my fingers are not doing great, but like there's no band-aids on them. So hallelujah. Huzzah for the lion diet. And no sugar, no carbs, eh? All right, where were we? He was the eloquent messenger of the gods, of their will, which led Plato to a more philosophical interpretation of Hermes as expressing both the positive and negative power of speech, Cratylus. This view was further developed in the later philosophical period, especially Stoic tradition, in which Hermes became identified with the Logos and so even became the creator of the world. The anti-Gnostic writer Hippolytus says of the Greeks and of the Gnostic Nicenes that they honor Hermes as Logos because he is the interpreter, Hermeneus, and creator, Demiurgos, of everything that has come into being, that comes into being, and that will come into being. Quote, in the Refutatio, I think this is from the Refutatio, the Logos is called Hermes by the Greek. Yes, these Hellenistic philosophical speculations did not yet exist when the Greeks began to identify their god with the Egyptian Thoth, but they certainly facilitated the emergence of Hermes Trismegistus in the centuries around the beginning of our era. In the Hellenistic period, Hermes also became a god of magic, but it seems most likely that this was primarily due to his merging with Thoth. The two gods came from completely different cultural and religious backgrounds, and in fact, their identification was only based on a superficial resemblance. The common features that led to their identification may have been their role as guides to the underworld, as messengers of the gods, and as inventors of arts and crafts. We'll take a minute break here from our looking up. This is the reason we're starting with the dictionary, obviously, because most of you probably have not even heard of this book. It's very possible. And also that is where you would begin with learning something new. And so in this Hermetic Spirituality book club we're doing now, we are going to go through the history of Hermetic literature as best we can and just dive in feet first. Head first, feet first, who knows? But that is so interesting to me that Hermes might have gotten his magical qualities or his qualities of being a god of magic from Thoth. Let's talk about that for a second. But before we do, I want to say also Dr. Litwa has a Poimandra's Greek reading course coming up starting on the 7th of September. So it's only $100 and you can do 2 payments. You do have to have some basic Greek. You got to be able to sound out the words. So you could learn that in a week. You could easily do that quickly if it was of interest to you. Go learn the Greek alphabet and learn how to sound out words ASAP if you're interested in doing his Poimandra's Greek reading course, where we go through it word by word, line by line through the Poimandras. And it's going to be amazing. I would recommend people do it even if they didn't have Greek, but he wants people to be able to recognize the letters and sound out the words at least. That's his request. So yeah, if you're ready for it, let's check out the cool promo for the book club, which you can join now through YouTube membership book club tier. The unveiling is here. This is what I made today, and I did some music and on flute and bouzouki. Enjoy. It's very short. Walk the way of Hermes and unveil the life and light of the Corpus Hermeticum, Hermetic spirituality. Join our monthly book club to learn and meet others who seek the ancient wisdom of Hermes Trismegistus. Join via YouTube membership's book club tier and subscribe at hermeticspirituality.com. So we had the first one where no reading was assigned. We're reading the first chapter of Dr. Wouter Hanegraaff's Hermetic Spirituality, which is finally available in softcover for a few bucks for reasonable price. And so you can get that and follow along. And I'll release a little video. I'll do an intro at the beginning of each of our Zoom book club meetings. I'll do a little intro where I share some thoughts on the readings myself, and I'll record that and post it to that tier on YouTube so that people can follow along and catch up on, to some extent, on stuff they missed if they miss anything. So that will be fun. And yeah, so two things to get into. And now for Hermes. Oh, did I just drop the page? So, and now for Hermes Trismegistus. It would be wrong to see in Hermes Trismegistus no more than Thoth in Greek disguise. This even holds for the magical papyri, as can be seen from the prayers that are sometimes addressed to Hermes Trismegistus, though it is in these papyri that the continuity between the Egyptian Thoth and the Hellenistic Thoth Hermes is clearly most visible. That's from Festugier Revelation. Nevertheless, even in the later period, there remained authors who liked to describe Hermes Trismegistus with almost all the features of the Egyptian Thoth, as, for instance, appears in the Hermetic text quoted by Cyril of Alexandria, Contra Iulianum. The Hermetist, the same who composed 15 Hermetic books in Athens, typo there, declared that Hermes, inter alia, had measured the land of Egypt and divided it into nomes and smaller units. Nomes, I don't know how to pronounce nomes. N-O-M-E-S. Is it pronounced nomes or gnomes? Had cut the irrigation canals, and that he was the maker of contracts and the inventor of all kinds of science and arts. The name Trismegistus also reflects Egyptian usage. It is the first attested in the late 2nd century AD in Athenagoras Legatio, says 28:6, who says that Hermes, who is called Trismegistus, just like Alexander the Great linked his family with the gods. That's according to Fowden. I'll skip most of the academic citations, of course. The closing line of the Roman satirist Martial's epigram of the gladiator Hermes. Hermes, the only one who is all things, the thrice one. This is just going over historical references to the actual thrice great Hermes. Cannot be taken as proof of the existence of the term Trismegistus in the last decades of the 1st century. In Egyptian, the superlative was expressed by repeating the positive 2 or 3 times, and this was taken over in literal Greek translations. Great, megas, and great, megas, and great megas means very great or greatest, probably because of a Greek misunderstanding of the Egyptian writing of the superlative. Already, the Raphia decree of 2017 BC calls Hermes the greatest, magistos, and the greatest, megistos. In an oracle text from Saqqara, which dates from 168 to 164 BC, mention is made 3 times of the greatest Megistos, Megistos, Megistos god Hermes. It seems quite certain that we have here a Greek combination of 2 well-known divine epithets, the greatest and the greatest, and the great god. So they just say it 3 times. Hermes, great, great, great. Great, great, great Hermes. Oh, you got to meet my friend. He's great, great, great Hermes. Not just great, great Hermes. That guy we left behind. And you don't even ask about just great Hermes. I mean, what a loser. Come on. However, there existed demotic forms, that's Egyptian written in Greek letters, as great, 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 with an adverb indicating the superlative, 3 times very great. First attested in an inscription of 105 BC. In the Roman period, even the title 5 times very great was used for Thoth, which in fact simply means the greatest. The Greek form greatest and greatest and greatest, which would be the exact equivalent of Trismegistus, has not been found so far and may have never existed, but there is little doubt that the demotic expression has given rise to the Greek epithet. From its Egyptian background, it should have been translated as Megistos, the greatest, or as Trismegas, Trismegistus, the thrice great, which occurs in the 3rd century papyrus. However, similar abundant superlatives with the prefix tris were not uncommon in later Greek. The form Trismakaristos, thrice most blessed, equals Trismakarios, thrice blessed, is found in the 2nd century writer Lucian, i.e. contemporarily with the first attestation of the epithet Trismegistos in Athenagoras. Now, any questions here? Let's go back to the chat. You guys having a fun time here? Good. I'm having a great time.
A damn fine cup of coffee.
Cheers, everyone. Thanks for hanging out with me on your Friday evening. I know the raves don't start till 3 a.m., so we've got lots of time.
Yeah, well, you know, that's just like your opinion, man.
It is indeed. The genealogy of Hermes. There was an important difference between the Egyptian and Greek views of Thoth, Hermes, and Egyptians always considered Thoth a god, whereas the Greeks mostly saw him as a human being, a teacher of divine wisdom. The latter view is predominant in the philosophical Hermetica. And so this is written back when it was still called the philosophical Hermetica. To distinguish it, again, not as not being a spirituality, though that was my theory, and also then later Hanegraaff's theory, and title of my book, and then title of his book. But the reason it's called philosophical Hermetica is to separate it from the technical Hermetica, which Litwa was the first translator of into English. And you should think, whenever you hear technical Hermetica, you should think magical Hermetica, the magical Hermetica texts. In the book club, we're going to focus on reading through Wouter Hanegraaff's Hermetic Spirituality, which is a remarkable book. And we're also going to use as companion volumes the Hermetica, of course, both 1 and 2 by Litwa. But you can refer to other ones, of course, as well. I have many different Hermeticas here too, and books on Hermes that we will be referencing and that I'll pull chapters from for you to study. And so, you know, there's the classic Copenhagen, and then there's things that are further afield, like the Arabic Hermes, where you can see how this stuff was interpreted and transmitted in the Arabic world. So we're going to have a lot of fun. I hope you join the book club. Happy Friday indeed, Brad. Yes. The genealogy of Hermes. Back to that. So the philosophical Hermetica. Now we would call it maybe the spiritual Hermetica, because it doesn't make sense to call it philosophical. Though, you know, I often think that the word philosophy and philosophical has been co-opted by modern post-Enlightenment university philosophers. I think I don't know, but I think Plato and Aristotle, I think they would have considered their philosophy, or philosophy in general, rather spiritual. I don't know if they would have created a distinction between that and spirituality, though they might have between that and religion. And those are good questions to ask. Remember, the best answers are always new, excellent new questions. So in the latter view is predominant in the philosophical Hermetica, though there were some treatises in which Hermes distinctly appears as a god, e.g. in the Kore Cosmou, or suddenly becomes identical with the divine mind, as in the discourse on the Ogdoad and the Ennead. For both, see more Hermetic literature. And there's a whole entry in this book on Hermetic literature, which we'll be looking at, of course, in the book club, but we might also cover some of it on YouTube if you guys enjoy this this kind of a podcast. Sort of a return to how I started the podcast, which was trying to encourage people to not be afraid of digging into academic material. So I would comment on and teach people how to read academic essays without having to become academics, like how to look for what to ignore, how to find the value and the meaning for you in an academic text that often can become bogged down in technical debates that you're not even privy to because you're not in the field. So we'll often say, oh, and I'm referring to, Hart's theory of the sign and signification, and people will go like, what's that? Well, just ignore it. Just ignore it and then see what he says about it. That's sort of what I started doing on the podcast, is trying to make people courageous to dig into denser literature. And so this is sort of a return to form, and let me know if you like it, and we'll do a bit more like this in the future. But anyway, let's hear more about the genealogy of Hermes, right? That's what we're all here for. So in the Cosmo, which Litwa puts, I think, at the beginning as a retelling, because it appears in Hermetica 2, he couldn't republish it in Hermetica 1 because Cambridge owns the rights to his Hermetica 2 publication. So he had to retell it in his own words. But it's sort of the Hermetic creation story. There's some debate about that, of course, and Hanegraaff debates that. And so there's a wonderful debate between Hanegraaff and Litwa that we'll get to explore as well. So Hermes appears as a god in the Hermetica, but the Greeks didn't always see him as such, apparently. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Greeks saw Thoth as a human, not Hermes, of course. Although there are some trees, already Plato left it undecided whether Thoth was a god or a divine man. And in the discussion between Thoth and King Thamos, reported in the Phaedrus and mentioned above, he has the king argued as if Thoth, the father of writing, was one of his subjects. The humanization of Thoth was certainly furthered by the Hellenistic theory of euhemerism, which implied that the gods were in fact deified kings. Athenagoras, who, as we saw above, said that Alexander the Great and Hermes Trismegistus had linked their own family with the gods, as many others had done, concluded from this that there is no longer any reason left to doubt that they were regarded as gods because they were kings. This euhemerist explanation became part of the more general criticism of traditional religion by the skeptics, capital S, as can be seen in the third book of Cicero's De Natura Deorum. There, the skeptic Cotta attacks the Stoic view of religion in a long exposition, in which he inter alia gives a long list of gods who have the same name, but according to tradition, were born from different parents, e.g. the three different Jupiters. There are even 5 gods with the name Hermes, Mercurius, of whom the third is Hermes, the son of the third Jupiter and Maya, and the 5th is the Egyptian Thoth, who had fled to Egypt after the murder of Argus and had given laws and the art of writing to the Egyptians. Lactantius adopted this identification of Trismegistus and Cicero's 5th Hermes, but he also explicitly expressed the euhemerist view that this Hermes originally had been a man, who long ago had been deified. It seems that the Greek Hermetists tried to counter the devastating effects of this criticism by introducing the idea of a lineage of Hermeses. In the Asclepius 37, Hermes Trismegistus says that his grandfather, called Hermes II, resides, i.e. has been buried, in his natal city that is named after him, where he gives aid and protection to mortals who come after him from everywhere. Augustine, in a discussion of the superiority and priority of Hebrew culture, even with respect to that of the Egyptians, adopted this genealogy from the Asclepius, but made the first Hermes the son of Jupiter and Maya. He argued in his City of God that Hermes, who is called Trismegistus, taught philosophy in Egypt long before the Greek philosophers, and yet after Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Joseph, and in fact Moses himself. Atlas, the maternal grandfather of the elder Mercury, lived in the time of Moses, which implies that his grandson, this Mercury Trismegistus, lived 3 generations after Moses. It has been often suggested that Augustine transmits here information he had found in the Roman writer Varro, 1st century BC. This might be possible, but it seems more probable that he has adapted the information he found in the Asclepius for apologetic reasons. And in that sense, apologetic means to explain, simply to explain things. That's what apologetics is. It's nothing to do with apology. I think more and more people realize that these days with all the crazy Christian apologetics going on. Such small writing. Notwithstanding Augustine's authority, the idea that Hermes Trismegistus was a contemporary of Moses, or even lived or had lived before him, prevailed in the later medieval tradition. See, for example, the famous floor mosaic in Siena of Hermes. I want to go see that someday. Love to get over there. It's a midlife crisis. Where am I? I lost my spot. Floor mosaic. Hermes Trismegistus, contemporaneous Moisi. That thought was the first Hermes, is explicitly stated in an interesting text of an uncertain date, which is preserved in the Byzantine chronograph Georgius Synkelis, circa 810, and attributed to the Egyptian historian Manetho, 280 BC, circa. The text is slightly corrupt, but less than is usually assumed, according to Fowden and Copenhagen. According to Pseudo-Manetho, Thoth, the first Hermes, had engraved his wisdom on steles in the sacred language and in hieroglyphs. After the flood, the second Hermes, who was the son of Agathodaimon, anyone know what the Agathodaimon is? And the father of Ta'at, translated these texts from the sacred language into Greek and deposited them in the books of the inner sanctuaries Adita of Egyptian temples. According to Kore Cosmu, the Hermetic creation story, which is, well, what Litwa argues it's the Hermetic creation story, and it certainly serves that purpose. Kore Cosmu, which makes no difference between a first and second Hermes, Hermes had already engraved everything he knew on steles before the creation of the world and left it to Thoth, his son and successor. Asclepius and others. Oh, wait. Nah, wind that back. He knew on and left it to Thoth, his son and successor, Asclepius and others, to explain his teachings. So yeah, Thoth's his son, Asclepius is his successor. It gets a little confusing, but we'll get there. However, there are authors who tell another story about how the Egyptian texts of Hermes Trismegistus had been translated into Greek. Iamblichus, the great Neoplatonist, and we love Iamblichus, right? Who said we need ritual. De Mysteriis mentions the prophet Bitis as one who found hieroglyphic texts of Hermes in Egyptian temples and translated them into Greek. And he also aptly explains the Greek philosophical elements in the Hermetica by saying that those who made these translations were skilled in Greek philosophy. The separation between Thoth, the god of Hermopolis, and Hermes Trismegistus made it easier, and on the one hand, to explain how the original Hermetic writings had been translated from the Egyptian into Greek, and on the other hand, to consider Hermes as a divine man, a teacher of wisdom from remote antiquity. All right. Let's check some questions, take a little break, give my vocal cords a rest, and see what y'all are saying. A little Gaelic greeting. Tagama, Gramagat. Great day of Venus to you all. Yes, my Venus colors are on. The green of Venus and the red flashing color to activate it, which follows Golden Dawn color magic theory. Hello, Felix Fortuna Rex. Yes. All right. Before we continue, get your questions in, and I'll get back to them in one shake in 1 minute. I'll answer your questions in 1 minute. Keep them coming. The Arcane Research Society returns to bring esoteric scholarship and practice in 2026 with 2 major events held in Austin, Texas. Register for an annual membership and attend online or in person all of our annual events, including June 13th, our spring workshop, and November 6th through 8th, EnochiaCon, our full esotericism conference. The ARS Spring Workshop features 3 workshops led by Jason Louv, Craig Williams, and Frater R.C. Spend a whole day in downtown Austin, Texas, enjoying these hands-on deep dives with experts in their fields. Register today for all live events included with ARS annual membership, Spring Workshop, and EnochiaCon, which features too many amazing presenters to name. Sign up today at arcaneresearchsociety.com. Yes, we're going to have a great time down there in Austin, Texas, but you can also attend live online and watch in real time and ask questions in real time. It's a great setup we've got with amazing presenters, Scott Michael Stenwick, Ashton Chassan, Dr. Terry Burns, Dr. Al Cummins. The list is massive, as you just saw. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Shall we move on if there's no questions? Oh, there's a question. Brian, Moses is supposedly the one who heals. Gloss. From the serpent mark of blue-green, same as Shiva's color while he played in the river. Interesting. I haven't heard that one. But again, I don't know. I haven't been a big student of Moses. Hi, Frater R.C, says Lord of Ness. Good to see you, brother. What type of alchemy do you practice in the GD? Internal alchemy, spagyrics, none of that. I mean, that I don't think the question makes sense because, yeah, the question, it's not that it doesn't make sense. It's that you study whatever kind of alchemy you want. The spiritual alchemy is a ever-present endemic part of any spiritual path. And traditionally it's called archemy, not alchemy, if you're talking about spiritual alchemy. That's what John Dee called it, because that's what one of Paracelsus's followers named spiritual alchemy, archemy. And so a lot of Golden Dawn adepts get into spagyrics. In the outer order, though, it's just about the spiritual transformation. It's a alchemical order in the sense of Hermetic transformation to experience the revelation of Hermes, the revelation of God. You don't have to frame it as Hermes, but that idea of discovering your true self is central to the Golden Dawn outer order system. And so you're meant to have that revelation of the higher self, of the holy daimon, of your nous. You can't go into the inner order if you haven't given evidence that you have achieved that. You just don't get invited until you show evidence. You don't show evidence. People don't ask you to show evidence. You just get observed until enough people see evidence that that is what has gone on with you and that has happened. And people who run around saying it's happened are almost always, I mean, that's how you know it hasn't happened, because they're telling and not showing. But we usually don't say that out loud because it gives people who want to sneak by a bit too much information. Brian says, yeah, so a lot of adepts get into physical alchemy. I was very into physical alchemy and spagyrics when I was young, even before getting into the Golden Dawn. I was in the chemistry lab at school taking old potato soup or when I ran out of that, bottles of vodka, double distilling it, making ethanol and putting it in jars and making tinctures to give away at family Christmases and to give to girls I liked in class. So, Frater, it's in the Gabala Aaron, them redactions be wild. Yeah, the Gabala Aaron, I need to I haven't gone through that since in a couple of years. I went through it a few years ago for some Celtic work we were doing, but I need to get through that again. Also, in my day, those weren't accessible to the public. I tried to get them from the Dublin Advanced Institute of Advanced Studies in Dublin, and they wanted thousands and thousands of punts at the time. It was pre-Euro. They wanted punts to send me photocopies that I could use for my high school thesis. But, now that stuff's available, I haven't even found out where it is or gone and looked at it. I just see it online, of course, but I'm sure it's out in published critical editions, which would be really nice to get. Yeah, you don't need to buy more books, Penelope. You don't need to buy more books necessarily. But to join a book club, you have to be able to read the books that we're reading. So you can buy PDFs. PDFs are good. They work fine for a lot of people. Cognitively, you don't learn as much when you're reading on a screen. You literally don't. Your brain cannot digest information as well from a screen as from a book. You need our brains digest information better from three-dimensional objects because it activates the continuity centers in our brain. We have a sense of where everything is in the book, and that charts in our brain. And it's why people who work with physical media are always going to have an edge on people who work exclusively with digital media. It's just a fact. It's a competitive advantage in this day and age to work with actual books, to write things down yourself with your hand and develop that 3D sense of memory castle space in your world around you. My old library, the heartbreaking thing about losing all 5,000, 6,000 books I had was the physical manifestation of my memory palace. Everything was highlighted, everything was annotated. It was an amazing accomplishment that I had done to create this mental world where I could easily draw and know where everything is. If I couldn't remember all the details, I knew where the book was, I knew where the pages were. So that's a very powerful tool, the working library. You don't need all the books, you don't need to be a collector, but have a working library. I admittedly have a large working library rebuilt again over the last 6 years, thanks to all the support. Many people have sent me books. Someone just sent me an out of print David Heim Smith book. Thank you. I can't believe you just heard me saying I'm going to have to hunt. I said it was going to be fun to hunt down the 2 missing Heim Smith Lightning Flash books over the next 10 years of my life and pay thousands of dollars for them maybe in 5 years. I was like, yeah, I'm up for a good old treasure hunt later on in my life to find, to finish a collection and actually read these texts. And he sent me one of them, because he said it was because of my podcast I had turned him on to Heim Smith in the first place. So bless your heart. Thank you. Now I'm only missing the first one. I don't remember. Anyway, glasses, the color of green, says Brian, or blue. Paint, torch shoes. Okay. Yes, I can't understand that. Lord of Ness says it's more about alchemy through ceremonial magic and Hermeticism. No, I wouldn't agree with that. No, I think it's alchemy because of alchemy. Like alchemy's like you're going through the okay, let me put it this way. The main initiation of the Golden Dawn is the Adeptus initiation. For many people, that's the portal ceremony, which is an initiation to the vault of the Adepti, and that's all you need. Then your portal, you're allowed to be a Hierophant. You can initiate others. Some then continue through portal and get invited into the inner order. I do things a little differently. Everyone does things a little differently. It was, and then once you go through 5, 6, you really do want to go through 5, 6. I'm not a big believer of leaving people in portal, though I understand that is a fine thing for a lot of people and the right choice for them. And it's certainly what I wanted. I had no interest in going beyond portal until the end of portal, when I was called to go beyond it, not by anyone else, but just by myself. And but that's the 7th initiation, the Adeptus initiation of 5 equals 6, when the 5 becomes 6, when the lesser mysteries, when you move from the lesser mysteries into the greater mysteries, and have demonstrated that access to your divine higher consciousness. That's the 7th initiation. It also opens up the 6, which is the planets, the 7. Right, the 5 becoming 6 is the mystery of the 7. And that acts, then you are allowed to work with the lesser ritual, the hexagram, and the supreme ritual, the hexagram, and all the hexagrams you want to. And then you begin a completely different kind of work, rather than wearing the black robe of absorption, of alchemical absorption and nigredo and putrefaction. You put on the white robe of projection. So you've completed those 7 phases of alchemy throughout the 7 initiations. So the accurate way to describe the Golden Dawn would be that it's alchemy through initiation on the way of Hermes. It's the ceremonies that facilitate that alchemy. It starts with nigredo and it ends with, either the red lion or the gold work, depending on what system of alchemical categorization you're using. Ceremonial magic is the same thing as magic. There's no difference between magic and ceremonial magic. Let's be very clear about that. Hermeticism includes magic, so Hermeticism and magic aren't different. Hermetism might be different. It's different. Hermetism is different from Hermeticism. Those are 2 different things. But again, these terms are not as distinct as this comment and this phrasing would make them seem to be. Yeah. So let's just keep an open mind and not get too caught up in discrete terminology when it's to a detriment of understanding the holistic whole functioning of any organism, egregore, group of people, or spiritual religious systems. So I hope that helps. Brian, yeah, working library is better than just one filled with fanfic. I mean, do people publish fan fiction? I guess most books these days are fan fiction. Brian says, chakra work can vary in traditions, but I would say GD is not Vedanta or Tantra. There is similar. Yeah, of course, the GD is not Eastern mysticism or religion. It pulls on a few ideas and practices and makes them its own, but it certainly doesn't correspond to any Eastern ideas that I've ever found. People like to make it do that, but I've always found that to be at the expense of the particular things that define the thing that they're conflating. So yeah, Negredo to Albedo to hopefully Rubello. Yeah, I mean, there's systems of alchemy that are divisions of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, 17. There's so many. Again, there is no alchemy. There's just alchemists, and every alchemist has their own alchemy, and that's what we want students to learn to do too in their journey. So I hope that helps. That's my rant on that. Brian says most Gnosis or theurgy is much like Eastern chakra alchemy work. The cauldrons of poesy is similar to the 3 jewels of Taoist alchemy. Yeah, but just because things have small qualities in common doesn't make them right. Yeah, you know that. So Gnosis also, or Gnosis and theurgy are 2 different things. They're not the same thing at all. Gnosis is an idea common in Gnosticism of reuniting with the one, as opposed to Hermetism, which has more theosis, the idea of divinization of the self. And you're not losing your consciousness along the way. You're not losing your particularity as a divine being. You're becoming an angel or like the star gods. In Gnosis, you're just getting reabsorbed into Dormammu or God or whatever you like. I'm making a joke, obviously. Don't take that too seriously. But yeah, it's much like Eastern chakra alchemy work. Again, there's not one Eastern chakra system. Isn't there a whole bunch of them? And yeah. So there are similarities, obviously. We talk about practicing these things in conjunction all the time, but it's the intellectual categorization of these things as sort of similar to one another that is just risky these days, because you end up often, and again, it's not just intellectually risky, you end up often losing the details that make something special or significant or powerful for you. So by loosely equivocating everything, you often lose what's magical about it, what's special about it. Yeah. The pelican feeds its chicks. Jorge Quinones in the house knows exactly what's up. The pelican feeds its chick. Beautiful. Brian, and I hope you don't mind me being all nitpicky with what you're saying, as well as the others. That's just sort of my job. Someone accused me in the comments the other day of being like that my shtick is to know everything and know everyone else is wrong. But it's like, then why am I spending so much time citing other people or quoting people or saying, hey, I don't know more about this, but you could read it here, or you could listen to this guy's lecture, or join this group or join that group. I'm always sending people away from me. So I don't think that's consistent with someone who thinks they know everything. Otherwise, I wouldn't be citing my sources like everyone else doesn't. So many don't cite their sources, and just like people taking LTC and Damien Eccles' work, putting it into Kajabi AI to create GD courses, right? Like that's who we're fighting against. Give me a break. All right, keep the questions coming in. We're going to dive more into Hermeticism, and especially into Hermetic disciples and teachers. I just need to rest my voice for a little bit. So while I do that, I'm going to let you listen to a very groovy song that I wrote about our upcoming events. tonight, tonight, tonight. Part 4, Hermetic Disciples and Teachers. Excuse me. A curious result of the separation of Thoth and Hermes Trismegistus was the reemergence of Thoth in the figure of Tot. And we're looking at the dictionary definition, you know, the common dictionary that everyone has in their house, also known as the Dictionary of Gnosis and Western Esotericism, edited by Wouter J. Hanegraaff in collaboration with Antoine Fevre, Rolf van der Broek, and Jean-Pierre Bach. The Hermetic authors were apparently completely unaware of the fact that both personalities originally had been identical. So, let's read that again. A curious result of the separation of Thoth and Hermes Trismegistus was the reemergence. That's so interesting. The reemergence of Thoth in the figure of Tot. Yeah, Tot is generally considered to be Thoth in the Hermetica, as the son, pupil, and successor of Hermes, to whom many tractates are. So the Hermetists the people who wrote the Hermetica, didn't know that in ancient times, Thoth and Hermes had been cognates. And so it separates them as two different people. This opinion, though, could be absolutely wrong, right? Keep that in mind. Just because it's academic doesn't mean it's right. And we've learned a lot since this book came out. This book deserves, I don't think it needs an update, but, you know, I hope they keep doing more stuff like this and make it more affordable than $500 to $1,000 for a dictionary. The Hermetic authors were unaware. In Corpus Hermeticum 17, it is Tot himself who instructs an unnamed king, probably Ammon. Asclepius was another important pupil of Hermes Trismegistus. And just keep the questions rolling in. That way I have a bunch of questions to get to after this. Then we'll have a long, big discussion, and then we can get into some other fun. If you guys want to throw a super chat, like and subscribe, become a channel member, and gift some channel memberships, it makes a world of difference, and it'll keep me going through a longer stream. Asclepius was another important pupil of Hermes Trismegistus. The perfect discourse, Asclepius, was devoted to him, but he also acted as a teacher himself, as appears from the title of Corpus Hermeticum 16, Definitions of Asclepius to King Ammon. That was a really fun one to record in the audiobook for Litwa's Hermetica 1. I enjoyed that, doing that one. All the different voices and characters. I put myself in different body positions, actually, to be able to give different quality of sound to my voice for the different characters. I didn't go all out and give them different accents, which I would have loved to do, but wouldn't have gone over so well. But it maybe. Can you imagine? It's like, and then Tot spoke, "Oi, are you going to ascend to the 8th and 9th and not?" In Hellenistic Egypt, the cult of the Greek god Asclepius merged with that of the Egyptian Imhotep. Especially in Memphis and Thebes, the two gods had in common that they were gods of healing and medicine, and had both started their career as deified men. Nevertheless, they were rarely completely identified because Imhotep's healing capacity was only one of his qualities. In fact, he had many features in common with Thoth, and was seen as the personification of wisdom. In Greek literary texts, he retained an independent existence as Imuthes. This state of affairs is reflected in the Asclepius 37, where the two gods are clearly distinguished. Imhotep is said to be Asclepius's grandfather, just as Thoth is the grandfather of Hermes Trismegistus. King Ammon is a much less important Hermetic figure. He is no other than the euhemerist version of the Egyptian god Amun, who was called Zeus Amun by the Greeks and had a great reputation as oracle god. In Plato's Phaedrus, 274 DE, when already mentioned above, it is Thoth himself who discusses with King Thamos, i.e. the humanized Ammon, all kinds of sciences, in particular the art of writing. Whereas Corpus Hermeticum 16 makes him a disciple of Asclepius, he participates as Hamon with Asclepius and Tot in the discussions of the Asclepius. And it was for him that, according to Iamblichus, the prophet Bythes had translated the teachings of Hermes into Greek. This Bythes remains a mysterious personality, but from Iamblichus and Zosimos, we know that he was a theurgical authority. That's in the Fowden text, 150 to 153, for those of you following along with your library. The goddess Aset, Isis, goddess Isis, was also seen as a teacher of Hermetic doctrines. In the Hellenistic and Roman period, she was identified with almost every Egyptian, Greek, and Oriental goddess. You are the one who is everything, una qua es omnia. In Greek eretologies, hymns of praise, she was hailed as educated by Hermes, and inter alia as having invented together with Hermes the hieroglyphic and demotic scripts. She was said to have taught the medical, mantic, and alchemical arts, alchemy, to her son Horus. In Stobaeus fragment, this is the Stobaean fragments is another word for the technical Hermetica, also called, which you should think of as the magical Hermetica, the alchemical Hermetica, and that's Hermetica 2, the only English translation by M. David Litwa, for a reasonable price, thank God, from Cambridge University Press. That's a essential text to get. Tells you the magic of each finger and the eyes and what elements correspond to them, all that stuff. In the Stobaean fragment, she acts as the Hermetic teacher of Horus, while she is supposed to have been instructed herself by Hermes Trismegistus. It's interesting of Hermes being the teacher of Isis in that later text. It shows just how much things change. The idea of referring to any culture, period, or religion or spirituality by a singular, defining it by a singular time or idea is just completely useless. Well, she is supposed to have been instructed by Hermes Trismegistus. This is explicitly stated in the Stobaeus fragment 23, Kore Cosmu, though this writing also has another tradition about Camephis as intermediary between Hermes and Isis. Agathodaimon, Agathos Daimon, who according to Manetho was the father of Hermes Trismegistus, plays an unimportant part in the philosophical Hermetica. What is the Agathos Daimon, and why does it play an unimportant part in the spiritual Hermetica? But his role in ancient magic and alchemy is all the more important and equals that of Hermes. Having started in Greece as a rather vague domestic god of luck and prosperity, he finally became associated with a variety of Greek deities. And in Hellenistic Egypt, with the Egyptian snake god Knephis, Knubis, in particular, but also with Ammon, Thoth, Isis, Horus, and others. In Kore Cosmu 32, Isis pretends to transmit to her son Horus a secret doctrine that my ancestors Camephis learned from Hermes, the recorder of everything, and I from Camephis, who is older than all of us. It seems that Camephis is none other than the late Egyptian god Kamatef, who was identified with Kneph and Agathodaimon. Sayings of Agathodaimon are quoted in Corpus Hermeticum 12, 1, 8, and 13, though in the second passages Hermes deplores that Agathodaimon has not given it out in writing. Cyril of Alexandria in Contra Julianum 2 knew a discourse to Asclepius in which Hermes quotes some teachings of Agathodaimon to Osiris about the origin of the earth and the sun. It remains unclear, however, whether this information was actually found in a philosophical or alchemical treatise under the name of Agathodaimon, or is simply a case of literary fiction. I wanted to slam the book shut, but I got to keep my page. Okay, so that's the end of that part. Let's see what you all have been saying. Expecting great things from you, Jorge. Before we get to your questions, you can join the book club, which is just launched. Our first real session, reading the first chapter of Hermetic Spirituality by Hanegraaff, will be the third Sunday at noon of September. And here's a little more information about that with some new music I just recorded on this today. Walk the way of Hermes and unveil the life and light of the Corpus Hermeticum, Hermetic Spirituality. Join our monthly book club to learn and meet others who seek the ancient wisdom of Hermes Trismegistus. Join via YouTube membership's book club tier and subscribe at hermeticspirituality.com. All right. Questions. Megistos. Yes, glad you don't mind me analyzing things that you guys say. That's sort of my job here. It doesn't mean I'm always right. And I love to show where the limits of my knowledge are. That's the most interesting thing to me. Rather than being a know-it-all, it's much more interesting to study. But I think what people get upset about is confidence and actually having a lot of information. And they think that just because you have a lot of information, that you think that means you think you know everything. But it's not how it works. The more information you have, the more you know you don't know, right? We all know this. No, there's even a name for it. Anyone know the name for this effect? All right. I'll explain if that's even not the words in my sure. Love it, Brian. I will explain your thoughts for you. Yes. I got very interested, according to says Lord of Ness, interesting alchemy book by Tommy Westland. Yeah, Tommy Westland, shout out, friend, sort of. Not we're never talked to him, but we know Tommy. We know Tommy. I also have another one by Christopher Bradford that comes from Griffin's GD. I don't know. I have not heard of Christopher Bradford. You're aware of the conflicts involving Griffins? No, there's no conflicts involved. There's no conflicts involving Griffin. What are you talking about? One of his adepts, the adept that runs the Vegas temple, stayed in my hotel room the other month in Austin. Slept in the bed next to me. Where's the we went swimming together. Where's the conflicts? No conflicts with that group. David Griffin broke into my house and assaulted us and ruined a neophyte ceremony, destroying the initiations and terrifying 3 candidates. So yeah, he's a scumbag, but no conflicts. He just needs to apologize is all. Hidden Keys, good to see you. Redwood Raven Clan, thank you. Have a great night. We are having a great night. I hope you are too. Thierry, yeah, good old Scottish Gaelic. Plotinus too. St. John of the Cross, telepathy, and Bob Kabbalah, because the universe all vibrated the same cosmic will. That's Ginsburg. Lord of Ness says, Alchemy, the Divine Work by Tommy Westland. Yes, I know this. I know the book. I also got Nathan Bryan books on doubt. Yeah, there's a million books on alchemy. I'm glad you've got a bunch of books on alchemy. Lord of Ness says, since the Golden Dawn incorporates astrology, what do you think about these days where the sun is in Regulus, a royal star? This Leo period feels very interesting. Astrology is not my thing. I've been teaching it since 97. I've been studying it since 92, but it's not my thing. So I'm competent and can talk about it, but do I have thoughts on it? Generally not, especially working with some of the older things like, Regulus and stuff. I've never studied ancient astrology to any extent. I'll get into it eventually, but again, astrology it's not that I don't like it. It's not that I wouldn't like it to be my thing. It's just you have to make certain choices, especially as an adept. When you're getting your bearings, you can just study everything willy-nilly, but when you realize what you need to do in life, you really have to narrow down your foci to the few things. And even as you get older, trim that constantly. All of you who are like me, middle-aged now and heading toward the great initiation, know what I mean about just trimming. You just start trimming, and it's like, what really matters? So study broadly, study deeply, and enjoy yourself. But eventually, you'll have to decide what it is you really want to know. That's my excuse. So when I say I'm not big into astrology, that's all I mean. It's one of those things I chose not to seriously pursue in life because I thought there's other things that needed pursuing. And we have plenty of people pursuing astrology. There's never going to be a shortage of people studying that. 42, Satori, good to see you, brother. Fellow Canadian in the house. Can you speak a bit on the single snake versus a double snake on wand and rod? Well, yeah, the single snake, isn't that the Asclepius? And then the double snake is the caduceus. So the caduceus represents the twin forces. Well, that's modern Golden Dawn interpretations. I don't know what they interpreted as back in the ancient day. I think they had some theories, but I don't know what they are. Yeah. Sorry, I don't actually have too much historical knowledge on those implements. Brian says, I would not based on your 1 year Gnosis theurgy remarking Gaelic any the act of oneness is all the same. Whereas for ascension, it may be notable based on how much manuscript magic trad was in. I don't know that full. I'm sort of getting the sense of what you mean here. Yeah, theurgy is God work. It's the ritual work that brings you closer to gods. Gnosis is the experience of losing yourself and becoming one with God after death. Right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Jorge probably has lots to say on that. Scotland and Ireland like necromancy and more. Yes, they do. All right, Lord of Ness says, Christopher Bradford's The Book of Quelus is interesting because it blends ceremonial magic, hoodoo, and internal alchemy involving work with the chakras and dantians. I think that's, yeah. So those books that take a whole bunch of different stuff and throw it all together and say, here, do this all together, intermix, they can be great and they can be awful. Depends on the book. But that's books that are about teaching you how to do practical things is very different. When I'm talking about categorizations of things and in the history of things, the way I'm speaking about those things is categorically different from how I would speak about them emically in a practical book written from within a tradition. That's very different than the scholarly hat or the etic hat of the analysis of things academically and historically. So I distinguish between those two modes of interpretation. So if you ask me what I think of that text practically as a magician, as a practitioner, I still wouldn't be able to tell you much because I don't know that actual text. And sometimes bringing in different traditions, practices together can work really well. Look at the Golden Dawn. And sometimes they are quite jarring and don't work together. Again, results may vary. Use your own discretion. Brian says Daimonides. Okay, sorry, I'm not going to spend time too long on every comment, but you can always super chat them if you want. Christopher Bradford comes from the Continental Golden Dawn. I don't know what that is. I've never heard of a group called that. There's many groups on the continent. There's not one. There's many. And so, yeah. If Bradford from Tommy Westland's order, which is called Sodalitas Rosea Crucis, the branch of which in Austin, Texas, is run by one of my oldest friends, Jeff. Well, he's one of the people in it. So I know a lot about Sodalitas Rosea Crucis and the continental groups, as you might call them. The one in Sweden has been attacking me for years because they spun off out of Griffin, just like Tommy Westland did. And they didn't like me attacking Griffin, so they decided to make it personal, even though it wasn't, and started going after me and calling me names that are illegal to call me in Sweden. So I actually did report them to the police because they were saying bad stuff. If I said the things they were calling me right here to you, my channel would be nuked, just terminated. That's how nasty those people are. I have friends who are in that group, though, so I wish you well in your journey, and I think you can have a positive experience. But sometimes leaders just decide to go ballistic and try and ruin other people's lives, and that's when people like me are going to stop taking it and start calling it out. Edward led the way with Esoteric podcast. He really did, just calling BS on all these people who were hoping pre-internet to never be discovered for all the bullshit they were doing. But now we don't take it. Now we fight back. Yeah, Lord Ernest says, I don't know if Golden Dawn Continental is the same as. I mean, again, there's no. What's Golden Dawn? Is that the name of a group? Why do you call it Golden Dawn Continental? I can see where this is going. We've left the Corpus Hermeticum into Golden Dawn land. Last time you guys wanted to talk about Liam Thomas, Christopher. This time you want to talk about Griffin. I can't escape these fuckers. I have nothing to do with any of these people, and I don't really need anything to do with them. Their people are welcome to come and be a part of all the stuff I'm doing. That's great. But I'm not a part of their worlds. So again, I don't have much to say about them. And I certainly don't again, I have friends in these groups. And all the groups I criticize, pretty much, I have friends in. So I'm always doing it, thinking of knowing I'm going to hear from them and being like, yeah, this is why I think this is why I'm saying this. You know, I try to be circumspect, to use a popular word from the Odyssey. Brian says, yes, confidence brings conflict. Yes, if you say something confidently, many people will be upset, but don't worry. Those people are not the ones you're interested in. Yes, Moses, Aaron as well. Ah, the Moses and Aaron as the two snakes. That's very cool. Jorge, want to jump on stream, Jorge? Good. Brian says, I'm locked in the... Again, I don't know the Scottish Gaelic words. I don't know what they mean. That's Gaeltacht in Scottish. In Irish, it's Gaeltacht. Gael, the Gael position, because, well, not being from the Gaeltacht, usually seeing patterns there. Yeah, there's a lot of really cool stuff in ancient Celts. The Celts used to be based in Galatia. They were right across the sea, the strait from Byzantium, in that tower, in that town, in that city, kingdom or whatever, region called Galatia. The epistle to the Galatians in the New Testament is an epistle to Celts. Don't mean I don't know or of they idea. Sorry, yeah, I get what you're saying. It's just hard to, I can't read those comments out loud because they're not grammatical, brother. I'm sorry, I love you. Tagra agam dich mahara agus ach Neil yeah. Yes, Jorge for the win. Oh my god, wait, there actually is sound effects on here. I just never use them. Jorge for the win. That is absolutely good. Yeah. Continental for breakfast. Yeah, what do you mean by the continental GD? There's like 12 different GD orders on the European continent. So you got to clarify what you mean by continental GD. Hey, Kimberly Khaleesi, welcome to the show. We spend so much time digging and hear from you. We've been in the wrong universe. God bless your heart. Yeah. Well, what can I say? You know, we just do the best we can do. And yeah. We have goals here and we need to achieve them because we have the chance to change the world.
For the new world order.
Right? No, that's not what we should do. This is what we should do.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Yes, hack the planet. All right, Brian, what do you say? It was a continuation of the prior comment. The chat is limited on what you can say in one go. Yes, it is. I know, absolutely. So become a patron, join my patron tier, and attend monthly Zoom meetings with me at noon. So it works for the Europeans. That's on the second Sunday of the month. We have the patron hangout on Zoom, third Saturday of the month. We have the new book club. Walk the way of Hermes and unveil the life and light of the Corpus Hermeticum, Hermetic spirituality. Join our monthly book club to learn and meet others who seek the ancient wisdom of Hermes Trismegistus. Join via YouTube membership's book club tier and subscribe at hermeticspirituality.com. Continuing on with our study. Whoa, I've just vanished into the screen. With our study of Hermes Trismegistus. This blue screen doesn't actually really let me pop the way the green screen did, wearing different colored shirts anyway. I don't know what that means, Brian. Any HOGD? I don't know if there's HOGD. Where's Maryland? I don't know where Maryland is. Where's Maryland? I'm Canadian. Some Yankee place. Maryland. Isn't there like a million Marylands in the United States? I know Joseph Land, but I know there's at least 3 Marylands at the foot of the cross. Penelope, channel member. Oh, shout out. Thank you. Says, someone needs to do a skull chart for all the different magic categories and list each percent burn severity. Where would Enochi magic be? That's not how magic works. That's not how it works. That's the wrong way of thinking. First of all, the idea of categories is absurd. it works a little bit. It's useful to some extent. Like, yeah, there's Enochian magic. That's different than, say, fairy Wicca. But getting burned has nothing to do with the kind of magic you're doing. It has to do with the way you're doing magic. It's always what it's about. Yeah. Yeah, hit the like button, everyone. Subscribe, comment, and share the show with your friends. Join the egregore, says 8 Young Stitches 8. Love it. All right, we were talking about Hermetic disciples and teachers. Did we finish this one? Yes. Hermes Trismegistus in the Middle Ages. Should we get into that? It's long. I don't know. A long entry. Maybe we should save that for next time. Yeah, categories. I mean, it's funny, but it's kind of true. Categories are a category error. Not really, but kind of. Yeah. Magic. So, like, that's like saying which religion would burn you, right? If you're thinking in terms of magic categories, you're thinking in religious categories as well. All religion, spirituality, magic, it's actually all the same thing. That's all the same thing. It's a thing. You could think of them all as things, right? And what are they all about? Well, they're all about a very similar thing, which is our relationship to ourselves, the world, and God. Those three things. And anything that has to do with that is kind of the same thing in a way. Definitely part of the similar stratosphere. So, yeah, the idea of like putting on a practice. See, I've got my academic sort of hat on today, mostly. It's more on, half on. I think, yeah, again, there's people that work with the most intense forms of magic you could imagine, but they do it safely, right? They take precautions. They purify themselves. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. If you did black magic, you did evil magic and it burned you. Well, that's of course. I mean, that's like saying I attacked someone on the street and I got shot in the leg by my victim. That's what happens when you do bad things, when you do evil magic. I mean, I have so many people who've come to me and like tell me they did black magic or did magic to hurt someone or cause pain to someone who deserved it. It's like, yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people are into it, but yeah, I mean, all I see is someone destroying their own soul. I mean, you can heal from it. You can atone for it, I think, depending on your religion, depending on your belief system. But I come from a system where we take vows to never do these things. And so anything that's against life and light is against my belief system, is against what I would consider to be moral and so you can do things that bring you closer to God and which is your higher self, essentially, for lack of or things that separate you from it. You do black magic, you're invoking kakodaimones into your sphere, and you're separating yourself from your divine aspects. So can you use spirits to hurt people? Yeah, but there's a reason, even in the most ancient Akkadian texts, it says that magic or witchcraft would be the modern, is how they translate it in academia, but really just means magic meant to hurt people. And it was punished. You were executed usually. You're a survivor, you say, Penelope, and have never used magic. Oh, black magic burned you. Well, I don't know. I don't know if black magic burned you. Maybe. I mean, how would I know? If you think it did, probably did. You know what I mean? But yeah, in my experience, you're not likely in your life to ever encounter anyone who can hurt you with magic, ever. I think that would be very shocking if you encountered a magician who was actually capable of hurting you with magic. I think most are full of shit. Hermes Trismegistus 2, the Middle Ages. Okay, we'll do this. Hopefully some of you can throw me a super chat or whatever. I'm going to play our groovy song one more time so I can take a break, and then I will we'll study through this entire section and have a great time. And let's get on with it. Okay, I'll be right back.
time is running out, and I wanna see the Lord, the Lord, the Lord, the Lord, the Lord. Edward Kelly, will you come and sky with me? Conjure spirits of the air and sea tonight, 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 tonight.
All right, before we dive into Hermes Trismegistus in the Middle Ages, I will quickly see what comments I may have missed. States in the USA. State in the USA. Maryland is a state. Oh, right. Maryland's a state as well as probably many cities. Where is the state of Maryland? Maryland? Anyway, I don't know. So if I knew what region of the United States it is, I could probably tell you if maybe there's a group around there. I know there's, Cicero group in Madison. No, Wisconsin's the state. I confused the states. And a bunch in that area. I don't know where Maryland is. Someone tell me where Maryland is. Ronnie James Dio. It's really all the same. It's just a different name. Smilstall. I like that. That's a Rest in rock, Ronnie James, or metal. Lord of Ness says the book doesn't specify exactly which Golden Dawn it is. It simply says Continental Golden Dawn. Well, which means that has no meaning because it is signified without a signifier. It's a floating signified. Like, what's that refer to? Is there a group called that? He also received teachings from alchemical masters and incorporates African traditions. I feel like I missed a comment. I think there was a comment I missed. Categories are a category. Christopher Bradford highly recommend. I know you're going to like 100%. Well, based on your description of it, which is you described it as, where's your comment on that? You said it's a book of Quellis, an interesting book that blends ceremony, magic, hoodoo, and internal alchemy involving the chakras and the dandies. So, like, I respect that you like that, and I think it can be okay when people do that sort of thing. But just because I think that's a fine thing to do, and to many people's likings, that doesn't mean it's to my liking. So this description alone, just a little bit about me, puts me off drastically because I just know there's probably not going to be much depth of scholarship or understanding behind it because it's just combining too many disparate things. Maybe it's an exception to that, but for me, I want there to be scholarship in my spirituality. I require that seriousness, that rigor, and if it isn't there, it loses me entirely. So when you as soon as you throw in hoodoo, I've lost all interest. I'm interested in studying hoodoo, but not hoodoo mixed with internal alchemy, chakras, and ceremonial magic. And who knows what is meant by ceremonial magic? If it's Golden Dawn magic mixed with hoodoo and chakras, count me out. Zero interest in that. I like studying those things on their own, so I actually understand them for what they are in the tradition that they belong. And then if I choose to incorporate something like from it, I will do that after tremendous consideration, tremendous amounts of ritual work and communion with my own divine self. And I won't in any way. I just don't, those things don't interest me. But they used to 25, 30 years ago. I loved that stuff and I read a ton of it. But you know, you move on, you get older in life. You gotta remember, I'm in like what, my 38th year of practice, 39th year of practice since initiation. It's a long time. So don't judge yourself by me, and don't think you need to do or like or feel the way I do. You do you. You do you, and have a good time doing it. And this book does sound like it might be an exception to my rule, but again, that's just me. Yeah, no one can hurt any of us because God loves us. Because Jesus, he knows me and he knows I'm right. If a warrior would be found dishonorable for fighting so, says Brian, you would be in the same boat with magic. It is a tool that can be used in many ways, but so too can we. The brilliant thing about the book is that it distills so much into a compact volume. It is more than just an alchemical text. It contains certain gems that I won't spoil. Yeah, but you see, as soon as I hear distilling out of these disparate traditions that aren't, you know, that are different, I recoil. It's like, oh no, you're just doing perennialist nonsense conflationism. That's how I react. Again, I don't like talking about these sort of, sometimes I don't like talking about how I feel about these things because I don't want to put other people off. I mean, again, it's like entertainment or comedy or anything like that. You enjoy what you enjoy and you incorporate it. I've learned amazing things from syncretic books, and you know, the GD's a Hermetic system, but it's also highly syncretic. And there's things in it though that I like and don't like. But in general, books that are syncretizing things or showing how things in different traditions relate and connect, no, I have very little interest in that at all. So you can see I still have strong feelings about that, and that's okay. I'm allowed to, and you're allowed to like that thing, and that's totally fine. I would never judge you. I think it's good to get into that stuff if you like it. Yeah, you know, it can be great. And as you see from going over the history of Hermes, there is no Hermes Trismegistus. There's Hermeses of many greatnesses, tons of them, and they changed throughout time. The Hermetists didn't even know that Hermes and Thoth used to be considered the same thing, so they made them two different characters, for heaven's sake. Anyway, this book is heavy. Okay. DC's in Maryland. I thought DC is in DC. I'm so confused now. I really thought I learned a lot since COVID. And now I'm feeling very, like I don't, how is DC and Maryland? So Maryland's a state, but DC is not a state. Is that right? Eastern Seaboard. I know it's Eastern Seaboard. I know it's. Yeah, Brian says, I'd rather go to New Orleans experience or learn Hebrew. I wouldn't jump in that comma. Yeah, again, but I don't want to put people off. If he says it's an amazing book, there's a very good chance that I would look at it and be like, oh, this is a really incredible book, because it can be done well. It's just generally that kind of thing. That genre is not for me. Lord of Ness, I see your point. It seems to me that you might be prejudging it without having it. No, I'm not prejudging it. I'm telling you how I feel about a genre. Let's be really clear, because I just did a whole spiel to clarify that I'm not judging it at all. I'm not judging it pre, post, or anytime. You do you. I'm just telling you about, I know what I like and what I want to do with my life. That's the problem. That's the only thing. You have to shave things off as you get older and as you move through life. I have things I want to do that you have no idea about. It means I can't do everything else. So you just got to be picky as you get older. Yeah, so I'm not prejudging it. I'm just telling you how I feel about that genre, okay? Yeah. I love books too, Jorge. Awesome. Brian, I'd have to read it to judge it proper too, but I'm in the same boat as Frater, but don't let that stop you from exploring. Yeah, again, it's not just something I'm saying. It's really true. I think those things can be great, but that kind of thing isn't for me. It's like if you asked me if I liked a certain kind of fusion cuisine, and I'm like, oh, I can't eat spices. Like, oh, you don't like spices? No, I can't eat spices. Why not? Well, I want to live longer and my body can't handle it. Sorry. Think of it like that. That way you won't feel the judginess for me, because I don't have any There's no judgment at all. At all. Oh, dude. Oh my God. Should I tell that story? That's so crazy. I did ambush a guy for a business meeting. This is amazing. Oh my God. So me and Frater GR here designed a board game together and spent years doing it. And we couldn't get it in the distribution magazine called Diamond Magazine. And so we wanted to get it distributed, and we needed to get it in the thing, and they just weren't responding. They weren't giving us any way in. And we were spending, burning all these man hours, which when you're running a startup corporation, that's not cheap, right? 5 guys every hour, that money goes fast. The expense is high. And so I eventually put on my super marketer hat, and I said, well, you know what, how we're going to do this? I'm heading over to Ireland for a little music festivals this summer. I'll stop there on the way and just show up at the VP of marketing's office and walk in there and ask him to take him for lunch, and we'll just do it that way. And so I flew there, showed up at noon or just before noon, 11:30, to Diamond headquarters. So that was Maryland. That was very sweltery, very humid there. And but I do know what the delicacy is. So that's so cool that I was in Maryland and I forgot about it. Yeah, and I went into the office. I said, I'm looking for, I'm here to, I have a lunch appointment, I said, with Lee Buttman. And she, normally you guys probably think I'm making this up. The guy I ambushed name was Buttman. I ambushed a guy named Buttman in Maryland. Frater R.C. ambushed a man named Buttman in Maryland. That happened. And she was like, okay, I'll let him know. And he came down the hall. He's like, hi. I introduced myself. I said, he's like, I don't know you. Did we have a lunch? I'm like, no, we didn't. I'm the guy who's been emailing you from Golden Laurel Entertainment about our upcoming board game, Galactic Destiny. And we'd love to be in Diamond Magazine, featured if possible. Can I take you for lunch and tell you all about our game? And he smiled. He said, yeah, absolutely. We went and ate tons of crab cakes. I pitched him. We got featured in the magazine, and I think it helped us sell 48 copies. That was a different lesson. We learned there from all of that. But anyway, there's the story. God, my mouth is dry now again. Okay. Listen to this song while I have a sip of water. All right, we're back for a lot more fun. Thank you for the super chats or for becoming a channel member. I really appreciate it.
Money, please. My money.
Mona Lisa Saperstein, you crazy kook. All right, there's some more comments, and then we will get into Hermes Trismegistus in the Middle Ages, which I'm dedicating to Frater GR here, my my longtime homie, and he lives down the street. So why he isn't here podcasting with me is something you'll have to ask him. I think. Now we could do a podcast from your house sometime, dude. That'd be fun. That'd be fun. Do a little. I don't know. We could do stuff. We could do stuff. You can do things. It's all right. DC is the whole country. The rest are the states. We've been okay. So Continental Golden Dawn, to go back to what other people are still talking about this here and there. Like you got Griffin's Order, then you got the group that broke off in Sweden from Griffin, and I think is technically with the FGDU now, but also doing their own thing at the same time, more or less. Again, I don't know all the specifics, but I have a broad strokes understanding. And groups thank me when I send them good people. When I'm like, oh, this is the place for you. I get letters from them. Excuse me. Pardon me. Saying thank you for sending us this person. So, like, again, different strokes for different folks. I sent an ex-girlfriend to one group because I knew it would be perfect for her. There's other people I would absolutely not recommend join that group. But, you know, again, there's variety, and that is the spice of life. Even if you're like me and can't handle spices anymore because your body sucks. Brian says, yes, DC is not a state, but is in the Maryland Rhode Island cluster. It's so complicated. Maryland. Please. Stitches, kind of, huh? Like atheist Vatican. Stitches. Just, are you crazy people? I love you guys. You guys are the best. And join my, become a member and join the Discord where we got lots going on in the Discord now these days. You get to help me decide on thumbnails to use in videos and all kinds of things. So yeah, and it's and yeah, the name Buttman is better than Assman, but his name, I bet there's a bunch of people out there's names name is Assman, of course. And I'm sure those guys have fun with that. Not sure what women with that last name would think, but yeah, Buttman. Real life is better than fiction. You're from the city of Laurel in Maryland. Very cool. Lord of Ness. So yeah, the DC area, I think the closest you could find is North Carolina and Ike's Temple there, which is in the Cicero order. Brian says it is sounds the way hoodoo is used. Okay, yeah, gotcha. Different branches. Maryland is south of Pennsylvania. Makes sense. Frater R.C, welcome. Good to have you here. North of Richmond. Get it. I get it. I also know that you like using the name Jesus, even though it is a fake name since it's not the original one. No, Jesus is not a fake name. It's just the English version. Every language has a different name. There's not the true name isn't like one language's translation of a name. And we do use Yeshua. We just use it in sacred context. We use Jesus in public. Think about it. And yeah, Jesu in Latin, Jesus in English, right? Yeshua in Hebrew. It's different languages. It's not that one language has the true name. There's nothing wrong with speaking a different language than another language. It's not like one language has some more power than another in human tongues. That's why we differentiate magical languages, because they're doing and functioning in a different way from regular language. Unknown Philosopher says, bro, you should go on tour with Blues John Dee's orchestra. Yeah, I would love to. Love to do a whole tour of occult music around the States. That'd be great. Thank you, Lord of Ness. I really appreciate it. And I do appreciate all your debating as well. And you know, because it allows for us to draw out the details and the nuance. And if we're nothing if not nuanced bros in this show. Frater R.C is a great singer. I told him her many times. Right. I am not a her, but I appreciate the sense of humor. Nulhu says, hey, just got here. Nulhu, great chatting with you on the Discord. Read through all of Hermetica 1 in July. Wonderful. Poimandres is your favorite. You should join the Dr. David Litwa Poimandra's reading course starting September 7th on Mondays in the early evening. I'll be in them. It's only $100 or 2 payments of 40 something. And if you can quickly learn the Greek alphabet and how to pronounce and sound out words, it's really easy. You could do it in time. You really could. You'd want to start right away, though. Brian says, Lord of Ness, in Reconstructionism, we have to use academic tools to revise and reorganize what we know into something more stable and a recognizable way to the ancestors. We can do that. We don't have to do that as well. You don't have to. Yeah, Ike's nice. We like Ike. Yeshua never appears in the original Testament. Yes, of course not. No, he does not. Yeah, so, it's a Hebrew translation of the name that appears in the New Testament in Greek. Anyone know the name of Jesus in Greek? Pop quiz, hot shots. The Greek, Iosus. There it is. Iosus. I'm so bad at pronouncing Greek. Iesuos is closer to the English Jesus than the Hebrew Yeshua. Yes. Lu in Gaelic. I mean, Lu is not Jesus, but Lu, yeah, L-U-G in the Old Irish, and the G would have a dot over it, which is called a shevu, which is a kind of diacritic that softens the consonant and aspirates it, hence Lu instead of lug. Though they probably pronounced it lug earlier on because hardening and softening of consonants is a constant factor in language, as is flipping letters around. Hence, in Elizabethan times, they would often write, "Can I ask you a question?" Then we said, no, and we started saying, "Can I ask you a question?" And now we've returned to, "Can I ask you a question?" It's just language change. It's very normal. Loud of necessary, but if my parents name me Yeshua, my name doesn't get translated. It's Yeshua, not Pablo, Jorge in Greek. Yeah, but you're making a point about the true name as if it's a judgment on someone speaking a different language than the language that you're calling the true name to be in, right? It's not a religion, it's a language, so let's go to the museums. Our names get changed in translation all the time. It's a natural process of enculturation and transliteration. Yeah. The Beatles are bigger than Jesus. John Lennon. Got it. It's great to be here with you guys. So much fun. They weren't speaking Hebrew as the common language at that time of Jesus in the Levant. It was mostly Aramaic and Greek, but I bet he was called Iosos more than Yeshua. He would have been called in Aramaic. His name is Yeshua. So he was probably called by his friends. They spoke Aramaic. The disciples and Jesus spoke Aramaic. We know that. We certainly know that for sure. It's you can see it in the texts of the Bible. So there's a part in the scripture where Jesus is being crucified. This is in response to a comment that someone asked, where he cries out, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani, my Lord, my God, why have you forsaken me? The God name is El, and Eli is the possessive, my God, Eli, lama sabachthani. And so the listeners thought he had said something different, but that was because they weren't used to hearing the Hebrew, because no one spoke Hebrew anymore. And Jesus in the text is speaking in Hebrew, of course, because he's God, and therefore speaks the sacred language of the rabbis, of the Pharisees and Sadducees, which would have been Hebrew, even though the people no longer spoke it, like us with Latin, right? So that's the details. And I can actually go over the difference between the Aramaic and Hebrew phrases if you want at the end of this thing. I think we have time. If we have time, I'll go over exactly the difference between the Hebrew and Aramaic phrases of Jesus's final, words. Yeah, his name was Yeshua or Josh. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. I'll go over it. Yeah, in Aramaic and Hebrew if you guys want later. King Seamus Bible. All right, let's do this. Hermes Trismegistus II, Middle Ages. Dedicated to Frater GR, who did his master's in Middle Ages studies at York University in England. Shout out, Johnny. Come hang out sometime. Throughout the Middle Ages, the figure of Hermes Trismegistus is portrayed in a discordant manner because of disagreements over the Hermetic revelation among the varying interpreters within Latin culture. These disagreements concern first the Asclepius, the only philosophical religious Hermetic text translated into Latin. So that's all they had. Second, during the 12th, 13th centuries, they concern the vast technical operational Hermetic literature, which is astrology, medicine, and natural magic and divination, divinatory arts, necromancy. And third, the relations between philosophical concepts and operational knowledge. But before examining the judgments concerning Hermes, in both their contrasts and their continuities, it is necessary to recall that the mythology of the Asclepius makes a distinction between Hermes the god, who dwells in the temples of Hermopolis and grants aid and salvation to all mortals, and his grandson Hermes Trismegistus, who in his books unveils the secrets of divine wisdom. This duplication of Hermes is accepted by the first Christian writers, Lactantius in his Divina Institutiones, and a century later Augustine in book 8 of De Civitate Dei. Reference is made to the two figures of Hermes by Herman of Caranthia in his De Essentia by Daniel of Morlaix and in his Liber Natura Inferiorum et Superiorum in the 12th century, and by other scholars later on. In the Christian era, the figure of Hermes Trismegistus or Mercurius is drawn in opposing profiles by Lactantius and Augustine. In his Divinae Institutiones 304 to 313, Lactantius sees Hermes as an ancient prophet of Christian revelation, who in some mysterious way, perhaps by evoking the great spirits of the past, rose to an understanding of almost the whole truth, veritatem pene universum, and learned the mysteries of on the Father and the Son. In the pages Lactantius devotes to him, the great Egyptian seer heralds the Holy Scriptures, the eternal and ineffable divine nature, the birth of the Son, the creation of the world, the providence, the creation of man, the nature of angels and devils, religious worship, the contemplation of God, and the final descent of the Son for the salvation of the righteous. But in Book 8 of De Civitate Dei, Augustine unmasks the demonic origin of Hermetic theurgy, referring to the statues that dwell in the temples among men, granting good and decreeing evil. And Hermes' words are transformed in this tirade into the voice of evil demons. The ancestors of Hermes Trismegistus are the founders of all idolatrous cults. The Christian interpretation of Lactantius would never prevail over Augustine's invectives. A sermon of Quodvult Deus, Bishop of Carthage, which simplifies Lactantius's perspective and brings it still closer to Christian sensibilities, was inserted into the North African collection of Augustine's sermons, and under this unquestioned authority came to influence the entire Middle Ages. Isn't that amazing? Just the rejection of this one point of view, but then one person, like some editor, includes it in a publication, and that influences all of European Middle Ages differently than if the rejected text or interpretation had stayed rejected and not been included by some cheeky fellow. We're right back to what I always say. They say you can't, people say you can't change the world. There's nothing I can do. Again, so many instances of one person making drastic changes to human history, basically all on their own. You can do it. I believe in you. We got a meme for that? Oh, here's a meme for I believe in you.
My horn can pierce the sky.
Kidding, just kidding. That's just absurd silliness to keep my energy up for reading all of this stuff with you guys and analyzing it. We'll get to all the questions. Keep them coming in. Yeah. Where were we? In the Christian era, the figure of... No, we got past that. In the 12th century, Hermes' presence becomes deeply entrenched in intellectual discussions, and the foundations are laid for a new and more complex portrayal of him. This change occurs for various reasons, due to the fragments of Augustine, quotation marks, and the wide circulation of the Asclepius. Hermes is credited with a superior wisdom, not ignorant of Christian truths. The text of a famous pseudo-epigraph like the Liber Viginti Quatuor Philosophorum, attributed to Hermes in many manuscripts and by the almost unanimous opinion of philosophers and theologians, places him in the perspective of the purest Christian, Neoplatonism, and attributes to him an awareness of the mystery of the Trinity. The text of another apocryphal work, the Liber de Sex Rerum Principiis, contains a systematic treatment of divine and natural causality and traces this back to Hermes' philosophy. The new translations from the Greek and Arabic present him as the first inventor of both natural and necromantic magic. If we add to all this the fact that Almbomaser's Introduction Maius, translated by John of Seville, 1133, and later by Herman of Carinthia, 1140, credits Asclepius and Hermes with a prophecy of the birth of Jesus, we can well understand the varieties and contradictions the portrayal of Hermes will acquire in the next centuries. But in the 12th century, there still persists the single powerful image of an ancient sage who, by inner revelation, anticipated parts of Christian teaching. The most distinguished examples are the great magistri of the period, Abelard and Theodoric of Chartres, Bernard Sylvester and Alain of Lille. A very significant testimony comes from the Glossae Super Trismegistum, written at the turn of the 13th century, perhaps a work of Alain of Lille or a disciple of his. Hermes, one reads in the prologue, is the great philosopher of the pagans, and we know that he composed many volumes on the supreme artificer of all things, in a book which Augustine calls Logos Teleos, that is, in the fragments cited by Quodvoltedeus, I don't know how to pronounce that, LTD altogether in one name, wow. He exceeded others and himself, since in treating of the Father and the Son, he seems to elevate himself to our theology, ad nostrum videtur aspirare theologiam. In another book called Trismegistus, namely the Asclepius, not only did he speak of the Creator and the creation, but in discussing the uncreated spirit, he did not omit the mysteries of theology. His purpose was to confute the ancient philosophers by affirming the unity of the Creator, his power, knowledge, and his goodness. All right, I'm not going to go through all the questions. I'm going to keep reading through the text, but this one's right here on the screen, so I'll address it. You can't say Yeshua is Christ, but Christ is not Yeshua, because you can't speak for everyone else. Like, why would you get to define everyone else's beliefs in the rest of the world? Everyone gets to believe whatever the fuck they want to believe, and you don't get to tell them shit. Like, I don't know what it's, and I'm not critiquing you personally, but this is a thing I see going on way too much these days. It's just, it's not relativism even. It's something else. It's like, my interpretation's the right one. Like, we're falling into tyranny, into interpretive and ideological tyranny, where everyone wants other people to accept their view of things, and I don't get what the reason for that is. Christos is the title of Yeshua. It's what he was given as a title historically. That's what that means. So Yeshua is Christ, and yes, Christ is also Yeshua. They're the same person, the same God, if you're a Christian. And if you're not a Christian, that's okay. Yeah. Well, it's not higher consciousness for me. Jesus or Christos is God, not higher consciousness. My higher consciousness is my daimon. That's mine. That's part of me, not part of Jesus, or even, distantly it's part of God. It's all one, ultimately. But yeah, Jesus can keep his hands off my daimon. Where were we? In the 13th century, we encounter some harshly contrasting views of Hermes. While the Asclepius and the Liber Viginti Quater Philosophorum enjoyed an almost universal respect, and the texts on astrology and natural magic received attention and respect consistent with official doctrine, the necromantic books, Hermes, Belenus, Tos, the Greek, Germa, the Babylonian, led to renewed accusations formally leveled by Augustine of idolatry and trafficking with evil demons. This debate on Hermes begins toward 1230 and lasts until the end of the century. The first to pose the problem in radical terms, clearly deriving from Augustine, is the Bishop of Paris, William of Auvergne, who in his De Legibus traces to Hermes, the philosopher and sorcerer, all the idolatrous cults that are praised in the books of necromancy. This criticism of Hermetism proceeds with emphatic harshness, uniting in a single condemnation both the philosophical and the magical astrological strands of Hermetism. In William's tirade, the Asclepius, which had inspired and moved the philosophers of the 12th century, is transformed into an impious vehicle of errors, illusions, and deceits induced by diabolical spirits. That Mercurius is the prophet of diabolical operations, seduced by evil spirits, finds confirmation in an ancient Egyptian idolatry. Egypt is, in fact, the country which more than any other was familiar with the cults of idols and the presence of hellish spirits, and Hermes himself calls his land Templum Mundi, since all demons were worshipped there. During the same years, Michael Scott, yep, that's what it says, Michael Scott, translator, astrologer, and sorcerer, in his Liber Introductoris, does not hesitate to present Hermes and other nigromanti as the origin of a secret knowledge that exalts man and enables his body to sense paradise. Of course, the church condemns writings of this kind, but magical doctrine and operations, even if forbidden, are nevertheless real and possible, since they have a scientific statute and constitute a true ars, A-R-S. Scott confesses that he has himself carried out magical operations for himself and his friends, and has experimented with their truth and effectiveness by applying the teachings of the Hermetic Liber Imaginum Lunae. And moreover, despite ecclesiastical prohibitions, Michael Scott reproduces two texts in their entirety, the Liber Imaginum Lunae and Bellinus Secundum Hermetem, which sets forth the magical astrological effectiveness of the lunar mansions, and the De Viginti Quatuor Horus by Bellinus, with the Horus, not Horus, Horus, it's like hours, right? With the names of the hours of the day and the night, and the operations that can be performed with images, characters, and invocations. But a new showdown of Hermes the Magus was near at hand, because of the actions of one Michael Scott. Now, I love that it mentioned ARS, the art, and that shows you why I went with ARS for our Arcane Research Society, which is having an event soon. And before we get to the questions and discussion of Michael Scott, let's remind you of the fact that you can attend it live or in person this November. The Arcane Research Society returns to bring esoteric scholarship and practice in 2026 with two major events held in Austin, Texas. Register for an annual membership and attend online or in person all of our annual events, including June 13th, our spring workshop, and November 6th through 8th, EnochiaCon, our full esotericism conference. The ARS Spring Workshop features 3 workshops led by Jason Louv, Craig Williams, and Frater R.C. Spend a whole day in downtown Austin, Texas, enjoying these hands-on deep dives with experts in their fields. Register today for all live events included with ARS annual membership, Spring Workshop, and EnochiaCon, which features too many amazing presenters to name. Sign up today at arcaneresearchsociety.com. All right, are we ready to continue? Michael Scott. But a new showdown of Hermes the Magus was near at hand. First, in one corner, Roger Bacon, While recognizing in Hermes one of the first moral philosophers of antiquity and the author of doctrines concordant with Christian truth, rejected the necromantic texts. He declared that these libri pessimi, composed by demons and corrupt men, had been falsely attributed to great personalities, Adam and Moses, Solomon and Aristotle and Hermes, to seduce the human spirit. Hermes, the author of the Asclepius, is thus not responsible for the books on sorcery that bear his name. Toward 1260 to 1265, an extremely violent condemnation was pronounced in the Speculum Astronomiae, attributed by many to Albertus Magnus. As part of its project of salvaging true astrology, which is defended as being in accordance with Aristotelian Ptolemaic cosmology and Christian ethics, the text denounces the idolatrous nature of necromancy, that is to say, that part of the science of images which, while being associated with astrology, fashions talismans and evokes demons by means of religious rituals. The science of images based upon Hermes, Belenus, Tos, the Greek, and Germath, the Babylonian, that is, the whole Hermetic necromantic corpus, which calls for suffumigations and invocations, is abominabilis, because idolatrous, and induces man to pay to earthly creatures the homage he owes to God. Of course, if you read Hermetica 1, you can see the Hermetica very much is sort of in alignment with what it's being condemned for not being like. Before listing them, the author recalls having read on previous occasions many necromantic books. While reading them, he had experienced horror, and his mind had fled from them with dread. Thus, once again, after the accusations of Augustine and of William of Auvergne, Hermes is considered the first and the most impious of idolaters. Oh, Hermes has gotten himself into some troubles, hasn't he? At this point, the portrayal of Hermes, depicted as it is with such incongruous features, seems to have divided into two directions, that of the prophet of Christian truths and that of the diabolical sorcerer. How could the author, who had risen to the peak of Trinitarian contemplation, have plunged into the abysses of idolatrous perdition? The Asclepius and the Liber Viginti Quatuor Philosophorum of Michael Scott on the one hand and the body of necromantic writings on the other create a split which seems irreparable. Which one is the true Hermes? How can the admiration of celebrated theologians, Alain of Lille and William of Auxerre, Alexander of Hales and Bonaventure, well, Bonaventure is actually great, for the Liber Viginti Quatuor Philosophorum and the unanimous respect for the Asclepius be reconciled with the invectives of William of Auvergne and of the Speculum Astronomiae? Is it possible to find an interpretation that can transcend such radical oppositions? A response to this challenge, although not without inconsistencies, is provided in the long and balanced reflection of Albertus Magnus, the medieval author who was most familiar with the full extent of Hermetic writings. Hermes is the primus philosophus, who lived in Egypt in very ancient times, chief among the Greek, Egyptian, Chaldean, and Indian sages, inspirer of Pythagoras, Empedocles, Socrates, Plato, and he is the prophet and forerunner of all philosophers. And when they say Chaldean, they mean Aramaic. If you look at even an Aramaic dictionary from 100 years ago, it'll say a Chaldean dictionary. It says a dictionary, dictionary of Chaldean, lexicon of Chaldean. And you're like, what's Chaldean? It's like Aramaic. It's what they called it before the last 100 years. And so back then, Chaldean, it's not really the right word for it, which is why they stopped calling it Chaldean. There's a reason we changed it to Aramaic. The most admirable aspect of Albertus's analysis is his critical attitude. He is the only one who, faced with the universal admiration for the theological maxims of the Liber Viginti Quatuor Philosophorum, shows some reservation for philological and philosophical reasons. He declares that he has never read this book, but that if in the maxim of the generating monad, Hermes spoke of God in triadic terms, he could not have been announcing the divine Trinity and certainly meant something else. Even with respect to the Asclepius, Albertus takes a very guarded position. Hermes has expressed great truths: the omnipotence and causality of God, his unity and ineffability, the ideal forms and flux of forms from the first cause to being created by causation, and man in the image of God, and the link between God and the world. There are open expressions of agreement. Hermes' statements on fate are concordant with us in the same truth, and it is not difficult to trace the sayings of Trismegistus to the doctrine of Aristotle. But in his reading of the Liber de Sex Rerum Principiis and of the Asclepius, Albertus does not hesitate to identify conceptual errors. In the former, the thesis of the hypostatic universal nature, non placet Aristoteli, and in the latter, the affirmation that the first principle penetrates all things and is in the being in itself of all things, is a pessimist error. Is God in the world or not in the world? Christians say no. Hermetists say yes. Gnostics say yes. In Albertus's pages, therefore, Hermes emerges as endowed with the powers of the great philosopher, but as operating within the limits of human reason. There still remain the problem of Hermes' magical writings in his De Mineralibus, written at a time when Albertus was not yet very familiar with talismanic literature. He deals with necromantic images and indicates propter bonitatem doctrinae, the first inventors, Taz, the Greek, Germa, the Babylonian, and Hermes, the Egyptian. At first sight, this text seems to be a reevaluation of the Hermetic science of images, contrasting with the judgment of the Speculum Astronomiae. Actually, Albertus is dealing with astronomic images, that is to say, with those images produced by nature or fashioned by man, which channel the influx of the stars and acquire a marvelous power. When later on in his Summa Theologia, Albertus becomes aware of his error, he does not hesitate to condemn necromantic images, recalls that someone has associated them with idolatry, and proclaims the illusory nature of necromancy, a craft carried on by demons and wicked persons, and in antiquity made popular by Occult Greco, et Grema Babylonico, et Hermete Egyptio. Still, even in this later judgment, Hermes is not portrayed with the features of idolatry. In fact, shortly afterwards, he is reaffirmed as the exponent of a pure monotheism. The result is a Hermes who did not write the Liber Viginti Quator Philosophorum, who in the Asclepius proclaimed many truths and upheld some errors, who was deceived by necromantic images, but who never repudiated a philosophical and religious monotheism. A more critical and mature interpretation of Hermes Trismegistus was not possible in the Middle Ages. The perspective opened by Albertus Magnus would inspire later investigations, which made explicit what Albertus merely implied. In the 14th century, Thomas Brandwardine opens his De Causa Dei, 1335-1344, by calling attention to Hermes, who in the Asclepius proclaims the perfection, sanctity, and eternity of God. Yeah, you got to remember, all these people are trying to debate the validity or sanctity of Hermes through the writings of Hermes, but all they've got is the Asclepius. They haven't found the Nag Hammadi fragments on the 8th and 9th yet, you know what I'm saying? Much less the Poimandres or anything else. Yeah. If they found the magical Hermetica, they'd be like, oh yeah, no, he's out. He's out. He's out. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Praised and venerated by the Greeks, master of Plato and Aristotle, Hermes, by his wisdom, which was not ignorant of the Holy Spirit, is invoked along with the prophets and the Christians. Thomas Brandwardine could nevertheless not ignore the polemic about Hermetic theurgy. Like Albertus Magnus, he observes that in many pages Hermes has defined the only God in all his power, wisdom, and goodness, and he adds that hence there is no point in affirming in the Asclepius the existence of other gods or another god, and in consecrating idols to evil spirits. This is reason for Thomas to rebuke Hermes for the fault of imprudence and inconsistency, but not as opposed to Augustine, William of Auvergne, and the Speculum Astronomiae of Michael Scott, for the sin of idolatry. Shortly afterwards, Berthold of Moosburg, great name, concludes his imposing commentary on Proclus's Elements of Theology, circa 1340 to 1360. In Berthold II, the figure of Hermes is delineated in all its grandeur as representing a substantial concordance between the Platonic tradition and Christian theology. The many references to the Logos Teleos, the Asclepius, and the Liber Viginti Quator Philosophorum from the prologue throughout the commentary confer on Hermes an unquestioned authority. However, Berthold II must confront the problem of the polytheistic theurgy. Oh no, not polytheistic theurgy. Oh no, you can't have multiple gods or spirits in addition to God. That would be too much like all the angels and saints we have in Christianity. Wait a second, maybe it's all the same shit. Polytheistic theurgy of Asclepius. His answer is founded as previously, although with different nuances in Albert and in Thomas Brandwardine, on the authenticity of Hermes' monotheism. Such a wise and prudent man who stated profound truths on God, the first causes, the world, and man, was deluded and is not to be believed when he glorifies idols consecrated with chants and liturgies. Hermes' polytheism is superstitious because it fashions idols considered to be gods through the infusion of a divine force. And yet, when Berthold describes non-superstitious polytheism, as found in Plato and the Platonists, he still makes reference to Hermes for the concept of gods by participation that conforms with the truth. With Nicholas of Cusa, the long voyage of Hermes through the Latin Middle Ages draws to a close. And let's give a shout out to Dr. Dan Atrell and his crew who just translated the Latin Hermes out from Brill or some other academic publisher, though not, I think it's not crazy priced. Fellow Canadian Dan Atrell, great work. Can't wait to get the book myself. Yeah, thank you for translating De Christiana of Ficino and the Latin Hermetica. That's very exciting. It's going to be very weird, more weird than people think, I realize, especially seeing how Christian Ficino was. An interest in the Hermetic writing runs through all his works, from Sermo 1 to De Ludo Globi. The knowledge of the divine word, the doctrine of divine names, and the concept of matter, world, and man are taken from the Asclepius. Illustrative of his interest are the numerous glosses as well as textual corrections into Nicholas's own hand, found in the margins of the most ancient manuscript of the Asclepius in Brussels. On the matter of Hermetic polytheism, he offers prudent and moderate considerations. If in De Pace Fidei, he cannot avoid, for ecclesiastical reasons, condemning the consecrated idols which threaten man's salvation, philosophical reasons lead him in De Docta Ignorania, 1440, to absolve Hermes of any accusation of idolatry. The ancient philosophers conceived the traditional plurality of the gods as a personification of divine attributes, explications of the one, and so Hermes explicates in the figures of Cupid and Venus the creative force of divine causality. See, they're trying to make it all work together. Following the contrast between Augustine and Lactantius, which express the two different responses of Christian culture to the figure of Hermes, we see how his presence became ever more complex and indecipherable over the centuries. The appearance of celebrated apocryphal works, the translations from Greek and Arabic, and the harsh conflicts over sorcery tended to rend the image of the Egyptian sage apart, making him into an ambiguous figure between good and evil, at once divine philosopher and idolatrous sorcerer. If William of Auvergne saw Hermes as combining the philosopher and the sorcerer, and if the Speculum Astronomiae attacks the Hermetic science of images, Albertus Magnus arrives at an honest and critical judgment which privileges the speculative wealth of the Asclepius and rejects, even while condemning necromantic practices, the accusation of idolatry. So Albertus Magnus rejected that Hermetism was idolatrous. Yeah. Oh, well, that's good to know. This path was also trodden with different premises and conclusions by Thomas Brandwardine and Berthold of Moosburg. At the end of the 14th century, Hermes is once again the great philosopher of antiquity, father and forerunner of all philosophers. He committed errors, of course, but these seem more due to imprudence or inconsistency than to wickedness of spirit. Along this path taken also by Nicholas of Cusa, the history of Hermes Trismegistus in the Middle Ages and up to the threshold of the modern era comes to an end. And we'll do the modern era next time for channel members. We'll do a channel member only stream. We might make it public and then make it private after. We'll see something like that. But I appreciate everyone who's been a member, joined the Discord, sent in super chats. It means the world to me. It makes all the difference in the world so that I can keep doing these events and everything else. And so, yeah, we could do maybe a couple more things here before I let you go. We could hang out a bit more. There's definitely some questions to get to. So let's get to some questions right after these messages. The Arcane Research Society returns to bring esoteric scholarship and practice in 2026 with 2 major events held in Austin, Texas. Register for an annual membership and attend online or in person all of our annual events, including June 13th, our spring workshop, and November 6th through 8th, EnochiaCon, our full esotericism conference. The ARS Spring Workshop features 3 workshops led by Jason Louv, Craig Williams, and Frater R.C. Spend a whole day in downtown Austin, Texas, enjoying these hands-on deep dives with experts in their fields. Register today for all live events included with ARS annual membership, Spring Workshop, and EnochiaCon, which features too many amazing presenters to name. Sign up today at arcaneresearchsociety.com. All right, let's go through all these questions you beautiful people threw my way. Looks like a lot. Looks like there was busyness while I had my head in the dictionary. All right, we'll start at the beginning with the Jesus debate. Lord of Ness. The point people don't grasp is that if your name is translated into Greek, it is no longer your name. It's a translation or essentially a fake name since it isn't the original one parents give you. Yeah, that's nonsense, man. That's total nonsense. I mean, when I'm silent like this, I'm not in shock or like, oh my God. No, I'm running arguments from your point of view, trying to disagree with myself. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm always doing. It's not fun, but it's necessary. So yeah, it's some names are the same. Some names are kind of the same, right? And some names are just translated. It's not the same language, but it's, you know, just how it is. I don't know. I can't think. I mean, some of you might have a better argument than that, but like, yeah, that's what I would say. Like, obviously, I see the, like, you know, my real life name can't be translated into another language, but if I went to, you know, China or Japan, they would write it and sound it out in their language, and then that would be my name in their language. There is no version of my name otherwise in their language because there would only be in our language. I'm thinking it through. I want to hear what everyone thinks, but maybe let's move it to the Discord if it's that important, because let's not spend our time. We have valuable time here being spent, and let's use it on stuff that really matters. But the naming thing is important. But again, I mean, we're getting out of the realm of well, we're staying in the realm of semantics, but like semantics and context matter, right? So if it's the same thing for communicating, like, you know, if I say, you know, a rose or rosa, I mean, that's a bad example because they're the same sounding word in that language. What's a good example? You know, if you understand 2 different words for something, like this is a cup, it's also a tassa, right? If you understand both words, then you know it's the same thing. If you don't understand the word in the other language, it doesn't mean that that's not a valid name for what this thing is. In German, this is a Tasse. In English, it's a cup. But it still is a Tasse, even though I don't call it that. So Jesus is still Jesus or Josh or whatever, even if that's not Yeshua. It's those words still mean Yeshua. They mean the same thing. They have the same signified. They're signifiers of the same signified. Don't make me put semiotics charts on the screen. I'll do it. I'll fucking do it. Brian says that which is within while being. Yeah, I agree. Yes. As we say in the Golden Dawn, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless unto eternity. Let's leave it at that. Okay? When you vibrate the word Jesus, we don't vibrate the word Jesus. You are connecting with the name used by many Latinos, but not with. That's not true. That's nonsense. That's like linguistic realism, which is intellectually. It's just not true. Yeah. We have the facts are in, the data is in, because if that was true, then there's no inherent relationship between a word and the thing it describes. There just isn't an ontological relationship there. And Jesus is not a Latino name. What are you talking about? It's English. English turned the IJ character in Latin into two different letters, and that's how we get Jesus. In German, it's Jesus. I don't know about French, but pretty similar. Jesu. They're all the same. They all refer to the same person. Because they refer to the same person, they mean the same thing. They mean that guy. Someone thinks there's that's cool. Okay. Here's a question. Penelope, thanks for saving us from the Jesus chat. But I love it. I love all of this, even if it seems I don't know. I do. Is laying on of hands considered a type of magic? Because I asked AI and the answer it gave listed shuns through the churches. Laying on of hands is a sacrament. It's a historical, traditional Christian sacrament or practice or ministry is the word. That's the word, ministry. You can go to like Anglican, Lutheran, Methodist, even United. Hey, you go to United Church and ask for laying on of hands. They might not do like the Anglican Roman Catholic thing, but they might give you a Reiki treatment, or pull out the crystal sound bowls. Laying on of hands is a massive practice in the church, and it has never gone away. It might have been less popular at certain periods of time when magic was a concern, but yeah. Laying on of hands is a massive practice in the church. Healing, right? Miracles. That's what JC is all about. See, JC also refers to Jesus Christ. In Roman Catholicism, they always refer to Christ as Christos or Christ, and they only say Jesus for the most intimate and special moments. They don't. The name Jesus is the most sacred pronunciation for Roman Catholics. Doesn't matter what language it's in. You say even the language of the people, because to do otherwise would be elitist and completely anti-Christian. Yeah, I don't think. Oh yeah, Christ definitely probably doesn't care. He just wants you to be nice to each other and be fruitful and multiply. Lord Annette says, however, the most important point is knowing that Christ is in our hearts and connecting with Tiferet within us, becoming like him is the Rosicrucian ideal. Well, I mean, Rosicrucianism is not Christian, right? It's an interfaith movement, mythological movement or narrative historical movement that included other religions in it. The brothers in the Fama and Fraternitatis are of different religions. So it's not a Christian path. So therefore, Rosicrucianism doesn't necessarily all lead to Jesus. That said, in the Fama, it also says, Jesu mihi omnia, in Jesus I am all things. So see how I'm arguing both sides of it, and I do that, and I don't need to resolve it because I'm not here to preach what I think is the truth. I'm here to engage, and so we can all learn together. And again, the best answer is a new question. I love you guys. I think
this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
All right. Join my book club. It's going to be fun. You won't regret it. And it won't come, they're unique things that won't come again because every time is unique. So here's your chance. It's to join the book club. It's just $25 a month. Walk the way of Hermes and unveil the life and light of the Corpus Hermeticum, Hermetic spirituality. Join our monthly book club to learn and meet others who seek the ancient wisdom of Hermes Trismegistus. Join via YouTube membership's book club tier and subscribe at hermeticspirituality.com. My horn shall pierce the sky.
My horn can pierce the sky.
We're back. All right. Oops. Okay, more questions. You're not trying to impose anything. You say, I know you're not. Yes, that's why this is good. Yeah. May I ask how old you are? And I don't mean offense by asking that. I'm just curious. Sometimes it can give a sense of where we're at in life cycles. Because in the life cycles, we have different temperaments. I'm kind of curious what your temperament is behind this. Are you some 50-plus-year-old dude, or some 20-something-year-old, or some 30s, 40s? I'm curious because, again, we're all here just to talk, share ideas, learn together, read dictionaries for 2 hours. Thanks for reading a dictionary for 2 hours with me on a Friday night. You now know what kind of person you are. That's right, a nerd, and I love it. We're here for it. Yeah, I don't take it personally. Listen to Brian. He knows me, sort of. We got the Celtic Brotherhood. God is omnipresent, present throughout all existence, and we are therefore all children of God righteously. I mean, that's what the Hermetists would say, and the Gnostics sort of, because they've got a lot of evil in their systems, oftentimes, not always. Again, just different ones, but you're describing panentheism. Christianity doesn't believe this, right? Some Christians do, but Roman Catholicism doesn't. Eastern Orthodoxy doesn't believe this. They do not believe that creation is part of God. They do not. One of the greatest heresies in Roman Catholicism is the belief that there is any substance of God in you. In Roman Catholicism, there can be no substance of God in a human being. That's a major heresy. Yeah, tell that to your Catholics and convert them over to our Hermetic spirituality. Give them some Valentin Tomberg. God, I got to get back to Tomberg, but making those videos takes so long. Yes. Well, you don't believe it, you know it. What don't you believe in? I don't know what you believe in. No, you have to remind me in the comment, because it's past the point where I would remember it. I don't know what you're talking about blind faith and fractals. Damn it. Fallen too far behind in the comments. That's the point. There are many ways to see the same thing. Right, but there's also different things to see. Not everything has to be the same thing. Michael Scott, oi. Lord of says, sometimes Frater R.C. and I have minor clashes of opinion, but I learn a lot, and I think it helps. All I do is have clashes of opinions because I have very different opinions than most people I know in the world. Brian says, random thought. We could map Simon Magus's appearances in random literature across the globe. Let's do it. Ness, I don't think you're harming nothing. Just making sure. Okay. One last question. What importance do attention or focus of thought hold in Hermeticism? In Hermetism, that's not specified at any real point in Hermetism. But in Hermeticism, you would have like Valentin Tomberg talking about the importance of concentration without effort. That's a massive practice in the Stella Matutina traditions and later of the Golden Dawn. and Franz Barden, you name it, Dzogchen, many traditions place massive attention and focus of thought. Yeah, what importance do attention or the focus? Yeah, I mean, contemplation is a mystical practice. So attention, actually, let me take that back. Cancel everything I said. Attention and focused thought is kind of the name of the game, because you want to hold your attention, focus of thought in Hermetism on Thanksgiving. It's always holding it on Thanksgiving and giving glory to God. And that's the point of that spirituality. And that's why in the Golden Dawn, like every 3 minutes in our rituals, we're like, holy art thou, Lord of the universe, holy art thou, nature hath not formed, right? It's the same as sacred are you in the Hermetica, holy are you, holy art thou. We're constantly doing these adorations over and over. And then we do long prayers. We punctuate them with long prayers. We do the holy art thou thing a bunch of times. And then we're like, oh, Lord of the universe, we thank thee and we bless you for letting us enter thus far into the mysteries. Give grace and mercy unto us, for we ask this not in our name, but in thine. Like, constant thanksgiving. That's the Hermetic thing. Personally, based on what I've studied and experienced, I believe it is one of the keys to life. Yes, absolutely. All of spirituality agrees with you on that. Maybe not all, but you know what I mean. What happens without thought? Okay, this is what kicked off the slew of messages. You guys just had a nice little debate while I was reading the book. Good for you. As a hermit, one would have to rely on one's own thoughts. Well, obviously, let's keep in mind Hermetism and the word hermit have no relationship. Hermetism comes from the word Hermes, the god Hermes, and hermit or hermits come from the word eremitus, which means of the desert. Lord of Ness says the focus of our thoughts determines the focus of our... Yes, absolutely. Well, yeah, emotions are directly, we relate to entities via our full being, not just through one level of emotion or one level of thought. Our entities relate to us in terms of our whole being. In the audio podcast on all podcast platforms, I just added the whole chapter in the most recent episode to Evelyn Underhill's Hermetic analysis that I did. So the first chapter of her book, Column of Dust, the novel, which is about her spirit, how the spirit accidentally gets entrapped in matter and comes into our realm. And it's wonderful. Column of Dust is a great novel. I'd love to book club that as well, but gosh, there's only so much time in our lives, isn't there? Brian says, you would not be the only one to say entities can influence all that. Yeah, no. Lord of Ness, in other words, if you're in a very low emotional state, you will summon entities linked to emotion. It takes a lot of work to summon entities. I don't think your emotional state alone summons them, but your emotional state is an entity and it contains many entities in the Hermetic sense. So if that's what you mean, then totally. Then everything's, animistic spirits. If you feed the dead sorority. Nice. I'll say stuff if I have something to say about these. I'm just going to read them for a bit. What happens without thought? You connect with your inner self. Yeah, focus and concentration is an interesting one. We spend literally 3-4 years at when you join the Golden Dawn, just training you on that. And in some ways, that's the entire focus, in a way, if you look at it from a certain perspective. What happens when idolaters accept Christ but keep their idols? Well, that's a rhetorical question, isn't it? It's a mug. It's a mug. It's also a cup. Hebrewisms, yeah. It's a god. I wish it was a god. This was made by my aunt, who's a famous potter and a horrible human being. Renee, welcome. Thanks for being a channel member. In higher than fifth dimensional space, names are useless. Everything becomes a symbol that lasts. Yeah, in DMT work, I found names and god forms didn't play out very well. I couldn't take them in there. I couldn't maintain them in there. I could but invocations worked when I was there, and mudras worked when I was in there. Like weird, different, I could do Kuji, Kiri mudras. I could also do things like that and part things. Mudras really worked well for moving in DMT space and I didn't know if I was doing them physically or astrally because I lost limbic function and I'm lying knocked out of my bed, out of body in DMT hyperspace. So hard to say. But I found a lot of things didn't work there that I thought would work there. And the things that did work there really surprised me. Again, we're talking hypothetically. CAT. The human head weighs 8 pounds. The glass has some stuff. Okay. Bruh. Yeah, if you're pagan, it's magic. If you're in the church, it's a miracle. Yeah. All religion and magic are the same thing. Like technically, terminologically. Terminologically, religion and magic are identical. Absolutely identical. Magic is just someone else's religion that you don't like. In origin. Do you guys want to read poetry? Let me know again if you want me to read poetry. I can read some poetry before we go, or I could pull out the bouzouki and play you a tune. 26 to 30. Oh, don't guess his age, because like I'm trying not to be offensive or push anyone back here. You know, I'm honestly curious because I really appreciate people who engage that much, think that much, and say what they think. Like the only reason I think differently on so much stuff is because I spent my entire life being a pain in the ass to everyone I met and testing out what I thought. And I'd be like, oh, it's impossible that we don't all participate in higher ideals in some way. And one of my main mentors, Idle Tim, once said to me, when I said that to everyone else, they didn't mind. When I said it to him, he was like, yeah, if you liked, maybe. And I was like, oh shit, I should think more on that. So you got to run around saying what you think and what you've deduced, but you also got to put work into learning and deducing more. But this is how you do that. This is an educational podcast. That's why you guys join my channel and send me super chats, and I really appreciate it. And it's a very harmonious thing in which we all learn and grow. That's why I love this format and this medium. When I started the podcast, I wanted it to be live. I didn't have the technology. I couldn't build it. Brian says, yep, no covens of witches in medieval Europe, but packs of priests giving hermetic prayers and charms. Yeah, that's about right. Don't feel bad bringing up relational, dualistic, non-dualism. Absolutely not. Yeah, Esoteric Angela, you want poetry? You'll get poetry. Spoken word, right? Not musical poetry, not music, but spoken poetry. You like spoken poetry. Nullhu, friend of the show, come chat with Nullhu in the Discord, people. We got good people in there, and more coming every day. So become a channel member. Join the Discord. And you can join the channel for a month and join the Discord and then stop paying to be a channel member. You stay in the Discord. It's a one-time entry fee for $3. Poetry. Oh, slam poetry as in Saul Williams. I could read some Saul Williams and get deplatformed and debanked all in one sonnet. Null, who says, in the Martinist order I reached out to, in their first document, they explain how a lack of concentration and lots of inner dialogue means you live in a representation instead of reality. Yeah. I mean, I think there could be a lot of explanations for that, really. You know, wild monkey mind, different brain chemistry in people who are just different in temperament, you know, where someone's Mercury placement is, whether someone's got blocked up, you know, 5th and 6th chakras or something. There could be a million reasons what causes that, I think. But I think there's you got to just go through the process. Yeah. I mean, none of us here want to be lemmings. So through the training and get a meditation practice or some ritual practice, and you know, it doesn't take that long to Kujikiri, Japanese magic. I want to get Frater R.C. Hassan back for MagiCon in end of April 2027, and I want him to do a class on Kujikiri because, like, you know, I think that's it. Maybe it's like that. I don't know. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. That's a good one. I like that. You hold that one. Powerful. Same as like. Japanese ninja magic. Hey, Jumo no tonaeru kairu ni soshite narimashita. Bring us the muse, be the bard. All right, poetry and music. We'll end up with poetry and music, you fucking freaks. I love you all. This has been so great. Look at this. Look at this. Occultology. No. No. Ew. Ew. No. Just say no. I don't have a just say no clip, but I can say,
I've got to return some videotapes.
don't we all? All right. I'm going to grab the bazooki, take a quick bathroom break very fast. So I'll play you some videos while you wait, and I'll get it set up, and then we'll do some poetry and we'll do some music, and then we'll say goodnight. It is a wonderful night. It's the kind of night where I could like break my record of a 6-hour stream, but I also have other things to do, and just keep it coming in. Share the show, like and subscribe, become a channel member, buy channel memberships for each other, and we'll be back soon. And definitely join the book club. Walk the way of Hermes and unveil the life and light of the Corpus Hermeticum, Hermetic spirituality. Join our monthly book club to learn and meet others who seek the ancient wisdom of Hermes Trismegistus. Join via YouTube memberships book club tier and subscribe at hermeticspirituality.com. All right, so please do join if you're interested. Don't join if you're not interested, because then you'd be a drag. But it's a 1 page a day reading assignment, 1 page a day, and I do intros to each session. So if you've failed to do all the readings, still come, right? It's a study session. Serious flakes are welcome. If you're flaky but serious, come on in. And I'm just going to grab the instrument and go to the bathroom. So I need to make more promo videos so you get a bigger variety. I know I need to do better. I need to make more videos, but it takes a while. I made that new little one today, and that's cool, but I need to make more. So all I've still got is the song, but you like the song, right? It's a good song. It's the best song. It's the best John D. Kelly song. And the new song I'm doing is a ballad of D. and Kelly for next year. And I've written the whole thing. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. The last line in it is cremation of care, which Ike thinks I should change to sacrifice of care, because that was the original name of that ritual. But I've tied John D into, you know what? Say it. Say the name. Starts with a B, ends with an E. Say my name. All right. Found one of my favorite books of poetry, but I don't think I can read any of it to you because literally reading a single one of these, like, it's illegal in Canada to read these poems now out loud. Well, for me too. In it, I found a sticker from my band. This is from my band in 2007. This is one of the stickers we made. Made a whole bunch of stickers for like 50 cents each. Sold them for $5 to $10 a pop per show. Bands don't make. I go to every show I go to. There's never anything like this I can buy. Hardly ever. And that's why bands don't succeed, because they just don't. There's too many. So this poem, like the first two words of this poem are BCH, NGH, period, all caps. How do you pronounce that? I don't know. I could read it out. No, I'm not going to. But this is an amazing. If you have, so we used to read this stuff, but we're not allowed to anymore. If you haven't read the Dead MC Scrolls by Saul Williams, go read it. It's amazing. They teach this in poetry classes. I was taught this in grad school and undergrad, and it's amazing. I'll just give you a glimpse of what the poem is about and how. But if you read it out loud, unfortunately, that's illegal in Canada now. It's absolutely remarkable. What this man did with words is a modern miracle. And he's good friends with Rain Maida, a great Canadian singer from a famous band whose solo work I like, though I don't like his work. And what's his band called? What's Rain Maida's band called? Forget the name. I never liked him, but I love his solo work with his wife, Chantal Kreviasek. So we need some poetry. I'm not sure what to pull it from. I think we should do some Ginsberg. So I'm going to find the Ginsberg while you have to sit through some more advertising or music. It's not advertising, it's music. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just talking. That's why we're doing this. Isn't that amazing? All right, I'm going to read you some Saul Williams. It's just going to sound silly this way, and then you'll realize why I can't read it. Saul Williams, the Dead MC Scrolls, Chapter 2, and afterwards I'll read a different poem. Chapter 20. This is a modern poet, but who understands poetry, historical, everything. This is a master poet writing new expressions of words. And some of it, you'll know which parts will sound silly, because that's just how it has to be. Let me mold a guitar of your bodily bazaar. One second. Let me mold a guitar of your bodily bazaar. Strap your tongue, cord your lungs, string your toes, and boughs that precede the rain shall serpent symphonies in your name. Mother of countless daughters, the tricks of time, it is your thrust and grind that defines us. We are the offspring of your decapitated head, the bastard sons of Father Time. Let Saturn be reborn, a girl. Let her nurture her children rather than eat them. Hide them from our forefathers and the angry ghosts of Xmas past. Let them be raised away from the phallic dangers of our times. Let their secrets remain secrets until we are ready to cherish them as our own, nurture and adore them, the timeless secrets of creation. The darkness that yields the light, the seed that bears the fruit, the mother that bears the cross of her fathers and her father's father, who beat her when she bore no sons. He raised fist the original boom bop. Spin that record backwards, N-word to N-word. Before John the Boom Baptist, bring me his head, his dick, his eyes and teeth, his arms and feet. Bring me all that is mine, and that has been buried, scattered, or lost until history is ours again. Mothers of night and windsong, daughters of dust and detriment, nameless, fuck it. Let them remain nameless. It won't stop their truth from prevailing, because it is not written, because it don't matter anyway, because there's nothing you can do about it, because there's no excuse, no explanation, and that is reason enough to dance. Even when your feet hurt, dance like the fires of hell are upon you, you and you're dodging every flame. Dance when it tastes good. Dance when the spirit moves you. Dance because you feel it and you don't have to be taught how to count, how to step and slide, how to swirl and jump and land on a good foot before taking off to fly. N-word dance. Dance N-word. Paint your faces, shine your shoes, pop that collar, shake it, wind it, kick, fight, scratch, rip, kill, break. Neck back, jump back, kiss, break. Up, rock, freeze, pop, lock, break. Don't stop, snap, break. Into ferocious song and dance. Calculated movement, gestures of prayer and invocation. Dance. Your life depends on it. Cakewalk, Lindy, Charleston mashed potatoes, Camel Walk, Hot Pants, Hustle, Electric Boogaloo, Patty Duke, Steve Martin, Pee Wee Herman, Prep, Wop, Rooftop, Cabbage Patch, Chicken Head, Ragtop, Wobble, Crump, Snake, Break. Amazing. And I'm a big swing dancer. Lindy Hop mainly, but I also love Charleston, Collegiate Shag, and East Coast, but mostly Lindy Hop because it's 8-step. Love Saul Williams. Sad we can't read that out loud anymore. It sounds, you got to hear it out loud, but you got to ask someone who can read it now, or read it to yourself. Did you want more historical, ancient Yeats and romantic poetry? Or is modern poetry okay? I think the 20th century poetry is pretty good. A picture of one of my favorite adepts from the old temple. This is Joe Shantz. He was a co-host for a while of Esoteric Nerd podcast, did all those episodes on esotericism and occult in video games with Edward Reed, Frater BT, and he died of a brain tumor in 2017 during surgery, and that broke me. That was what caused me to respond to Edward and say, you know what, yeah, I will come back. With Joe dead, I'll come back, because they thought that the world needed me. Oh, here's me in grade 12. That's what I looked like in grade 12. In school, that's in a classroom. Yeah, I was that dude. Ooh. Yeah, there we go. All right, here's a good poem. Sunflower Sutra. Should I try it without the audio processing? There'll be more background noise, but the audio voice should. Let me know. I walked on the banks of a tin can banana dock and sat down under the huge shade of a Southern Pacific locomotive to look at the sunset over the Box House Hills and cry. Jack Kerouac sat beside me on a busted, rusty iron pole companion. We thought the same thoughts of the soul, bleak and blue and sad-eyed, surrounded by the gnarled steel roots of the trees of machinery. The oily water on the river mirrored the red sky. Sun sank on top of final Frisco peaks. No fish in that stream, no hermit in those mounts. Just ourselves, roomy-eyed and hung over like old bums on the riverbank, tired and wily. "Look at that sunflower," he said. There was a dead gray shadow against the sky, big as a man sitting dry on top of a pile of ancient sawdust. I rushed up, enchanted. It was my first sunflowers. Memories of Blake, my visions, Harlem, and hells of the eastern riverbank bridges, hells of the eastern rivers, bridges clanking Joe's greasy sandwiches, dead baby carriages, black treadless tires, forgotten and unretreaded, the poem of the riverbank, condoms and pots, steel knives, nothing stainless, only the dank muck and the razor-sharp artifacts passing into the past, and the gray sunflower poised against the sunset, crackly, bleak, and dusty, with the smut and smog and smoke of olden locomotives in its eye. Corolla of bleary spikes pushed down and broken like a battered crown. Seeds fallen out of its face, soon to be toothless mouth of sunny air. Sun rays obliterated on its hairy head like a dried wire spiderweb. Leaves stuck out like arms out of the stem. Gestures from the sawdust root. Broke pieces of plaster fallen out of the black twigs, a dead fly in its ear. Unholy, battered old thing you were. My sunflower, oh my soul, I loved you then. The grime was no man's grime, but death in human locomotives. All that dress of dust, that veil of darkened railroad skin, that smog of cheek, that eyelid of black misery, that sooty hand or phallus or protuberance of artificial worse than dirt, industrial, modern, all that civilization spotting your crazy golden crown. And those blear thoughts of death and dusty loveless eyes and ends and withered roots below, in the home pile of sand and sawdust, rubber dollar bills, skin of machinery, the guts and innards of the weeping, coughing car. The empty, lonely tin cans with their rusty tongues alack. What more could I name? The smoky ashes of some cock cigar, the cunts of wheelbarrows and the milky breasts of cars, worn-out asses out of chairs and sphincters of dynamos, all these entangled in your mummied roots, and you there, standing before me in the sunset, all your glory in your form, a perfect beauty of a sunflower. A perfect, excellent, lovely sunflower existence. A sweet natural eye to the new hip moon. Woke up alive and excited, grasping in the sunset shadow, sunrise golden monthly breeze. How many flies buzzed around you, innocent of your grime, while you cursed the heavens of the railroad and your flower's soul. Poor dead flower, when did you forget you were a flower? When did you look at your skin and decide you were an impotent, dirty old locomotive, the ghost of a locomotive, the specter and shade of a once powerful, mad American locomotive? You were never no locomotive, sunflower. You were a sunflower. And you, locomotive, you are a locomotive. Forget me not. So I grabbed up the skeleton thick sunflower and stuck it at my side like a scepter, and deliver my sermon to my soul and to Jack's soul and to your soul and anyone's soul who will listen. We're not our skin of grime. We're not our dread, bleak, dusty, imageless locomotive. We're all beautiful golden sunflowers inside. We're blessed by our own seed and golden, hairy, naked accomplishment bodies growing into mad, black, formal sunflowers in the sunset, spied on by our eyes under the shadow of the mad locomotive riverbank sunset Frisco hilly tin can evening sit-down vision. Sunflower Sutra, one of my favorite poems of all time. The next poem in it is called America, though I don't know if I can read it because it has the C word, and I don't mean cunt. It has the no C word. Oh no, there's N words in it too. All the good stuff is dead. It's gone. Me and my mom watched Pineapple Express last year, and she really liked it. She's like, we can watch that anytime. I'm like, you said that last time. She's like, good. But they were saying the N-word, Seth Rogen, and all the white people, all the time. Something happened that year in the mid-2000s where it's like, okay. It's ruined poetry. I never really, that's not a word I enjoy, but like in poetry, man, you can't fuck with the language. Anyway, I would love to read you the poem America, but you should go read it for yourself. It's not too long. There's one more I can read from Ginsberg. I'd love to read all of Howl. I had it memorized and recited it from memory for years, but that would take 45 minutes. But I can read you part 2 of Howl. One last poem before we do a little outro music. This is Howl Part 2. It's very occult. You'll like it. What sphinx of cement and aluminum bashed open their skulls and ate up their brains and imagination? Moloch, solitude, filth, ugliness, ash cans and unobtainable dollars. Children screaming out of under the stairways, boys sobbing in armies, old men weeping in the parks. Moloch, Moloch, nightmare of Moloch, Moloch the loveless, mental Moloch, Moloch the heavy judger of men, Moloch the incomprehensible prison, Moloch the crossbone soulless jailhouse and congress of sorrows, Moloch whose buildings are judgment. Moloch the vast stone of war, Moloch the stunned governments, Moloch whose mind is pure machinery, Moloch whose blood is running money, Moloch whose fingers are 10 armies, Moloch whose breast is a cannibal dynamo, Moloch whose ear is a smoking tomb, Moloch whose eyes are 1,000 blind windows, Moloch whose skyscrapers stand in the long streets like endless Jehovahs, Moloch whose factories dream and croak in the fog, Moloch whose smokestacks and antennae crown the cities, Moloch whose love is endless oil and stone, Moloch whose soul is electricity and banks, Moloch whose poverty is the specter of genius, Moloch whose fate is the cloud of sexless hydrogen, Moloch whose name is the mind, Moloch in whom I sit lonely, Moloch in whom I dream angels, crazy in Moloch, cocksucker in Moloch, lack-love and manless in Moloch, Moloch who entered my soul early, Moloch in whom I am consciousness without a body, Moloch who frightened me out of my natural ecstasy, Moloch whom I abandon. Wake up in Moloch, lights streaming out of the skies. Moloch, Moloch, robot apartments, invisible suburbs, skeleton treasuries, blind capitals, demonic industries, spectral nations, invincible madhouses, granite cocks, monstrous tombs. They broke their backs, lifting Moloch to heaven. Pavements, trees, radios, tons, lifting the city to heaven which exists and is everywhere about us. Visions, omens, hallucinations, miracles, ecstasies, gone down the American river. Dreams, adorations, illuminations, religions, the whole boatload of sensitive bullshit. Breakthroughs, over the river, flips and crucifixions, gone down the flood, highs and epiphanies, despairs, 10 years, animal screams and suicides, minds, new loves, mad generation, down on the rocks of times. Real holy laughter in the river. They saw it all. The wild eyes, the holy yells, they bade farewell. They jumped off the roof to solitude, waving, carrying flowers, down to the river, into the streets. Well, what did you think?
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Just a coincidence that I had that meme. Ginsburg indeed was a Jewish man, a gay Jewish man. Many of my friends were friends of his, and passed a long time ago, of course. He was a beatnik. This came out in 1955. He wrote that poem while he was in a mental asylum, dedicated to his friend Carl Solomon, and who was undergoing electroshock, I think for homosexual thoughts or depression. I can't remember which. Voluntary. Yeah. All right, we'll do check the questions before I do a little musical farewell. Thoughts on the poetry? Let me know. Let me know your thoughts on the poetry before we. I'm curious what you guys think. Walk the way of Hermes and unveil the life and light of the Corpus Hermeticum, Hermetic spirituality. Join our monthly book club to learn and meet others who seek the ancient wisdom of Hermes Trismegistus. Join via YouTube membership's book club tier and subscribe at hermeticspirituality.com. Thank you, Brian, for the super chat. First one of the night. Keep them coming. We got one channel member, one super chat. Show your appreciation, folks. It doesn't hurt. You know.
Money, please. My money.
So I'm going to dump all the current memes I have and get a whole new set of memes. But I can't change them every stream like some people do because this is not my full-time job. This is something I do because I love it. Is it helpful for everything? Yes, but I love it. I love podcasting. I'm getting into professional editing so I can do a professional multicam editing job at the conferences now. So I got like a whole console for speed editing on DaVinci Studio. And I say DaVinci Studio because yes, I paid the big bucks for the full-on high-quality full version and have a console. It's got a spin wheel and buttons and everything. So we're going to be having like up to 50 presentations a year that have to be edited, it seems. So that would that would be an unmanageable amount to outsource. That would be like $100,000 to outsource that. So that's not doable because our events have like a $10K budget basically. So I'll just be doing all that editing myself. So I was like, well, you may as well get really fucking good at editing quickly and well. So that's what I'm doing. I'm glad you enjoyed the poetry. That means so much to me, Angela. It's always sensitive to do poetry. I'd love to do original poetry, in fact, but I'd have to prepare for that. I am putting out a book of poetry. I'm putting out a book that's the fruits of my years as a music journalist on the Tea Party, a Canadian band, and specifically on the song lyrics and meaning of their album called Splendor Soulless. And that book it was written a long time ago, and I just need to decide to publish it myself or try and get a publisher. But anyway, that's a conversation for another time. Redwood Ravenclan still in the house. Good to see you. It was a great way to end. Yeah, thank you. I was very good. They were very good. What's very good? Something's very good. I appreciate the donation. Thank you. Much appreciated. Okay. Poems were very good. That's what you mean. The poems were very good. Yes. Okay. Is Brian still in the house? If so, Brian, I've got some words for you, Brian. Okay. Is Brian still here? Brian, yeah, you are. Here we go. You want a Scottish accent for this? Yeah, you do. The smoking pipe is my beloved, even if lighting you keeps me busy. If it weren't for that you leave my face smoked, you would be my joy above all other things. I like you in the frozen morning. You would fill my pores with sensations. And when the congenial fellow encountered me, I would ask him, "Do you smoke the pipe?" Even though everyone always puts you down, I would not believe their story. Even if sorrow was turning me grey, you would lift my every sickness from me. There is no man or woman, even if they were heated for a brawl, Who would not turn from battle to peace when they would get a smoke from the pipe? Ever since I began to get to know you, you have been my comfort and entertainment. Oh, it keeps going way long. So that's a poem called Snuff and Tobacco. And it's a naughty little book of Scottish Gaelic, the Gaelic that's spoken in Canada, in the native areas of Canada that speak Gaelic. Yep, look that up. And it's from a poem originally called the Old Tobacco Pipe. I can't pronounce Scottish. If this was Irish, it would sound beautiful. But it's Scottish, so I can't pronounce it, but I'll show you what I mean. Shimoyil afib humbaka ged ha mi shichrach gad lasu murfagu tu ma eden kerti gav mi lacht yut har gachni. Yeah. Scottish looks very similar visually to Irish, and then you try and actually learn and speak it, and you're like, not so much. Okay. I know. It's actually a really cool little book I got. Yeah. Yeah, pretty sweet. I got it because I've been like, I'm looking at whether eventually when I will have to leave Vancouver, whether I want to go to like, Nova Scotia or Greece. I was looking at places in Greece. the gorgeous villas and places you can buy to live there for the amount of money, it gives me hope for the world. It's like, okay, there is a place to fuck off to. There's lots of places where you can get like a paradise for 300,000. It's crazy. Fucking elf talk. Yeah, fuck it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Gaelic is closer to Middle Irish. Okay, fucking, here's a song. Here's a song, here's a
And you can tell Rolling Stone magazine that my last words were I'm on drugs.
All right. Now, obviously, I can't do a cover song because. All right. Because I would get dinged. Yes, that's called reverb, actually. How does it sound? Can you hear that all right? You gotta let me know before I do it. That echo is a button I pressed on my mixing board. I paid a lot of money for it to get that echo. It's called reverb. It's what gives it that echoey reverb music quality. Sounds bad for talking. Sounds like ass for talking, but it's great for music. So you can hear okay. Okay, good. All right, I have to do something either ancient or Irish. Yeah. Move that there. Okay, that works, doesn't it? This blue screen sucks, though. I'm still disappearing into it, even though I'm not wearing blue. That's because I don't have enough lights on. If I put up my big light. I'll do a few songs, and then we'll go. Black is the color of my true love's hair. Her lips are like some roses fair. She's the sweetest smile and the gentlest hands. And I love the ground whereon she stands. I go to the Clyde to mourn and pray, but satisfied no man can be. I write her a letter, just a few short lines, and I suffer death 10,000 times. I know my love, oh, and well she knows I love the ground where she goes. She on earth no more I see, then I will die and fade away. And well she knows I love the ground whereon she goes, but I know the day and now will come when she and I will be as one. No, I know the day, and there will come when she and I will be as one. All right, that was a tester. See how that, let me know how that was. How was that? Realized I couldn't hear myself because I had earbuds in. I hope it's not blocking the sound. It's a bit habit. I don't know what that means. Was it peaking? I need to know if it was peaking. If it was distorting. Was it distorting, though? People always say no, but then it turns out it was. I'm sure you guys know whether it is or not. gonna do okay, well, it shouldn't be distorting. I just can't hear what you're hearing, but there's zero reason for it to be distorting. Not a single reason in the world. I just have to turn down the button. Okay, I should be much quieter now. Am I much quieter? Is that quieter or louder? Is this loud enough or quieter? Do I need to? Well, in my time of dying, I don't want nobody to sigh. All I want for you to do is take my body when I die. No, well, so I can die easy. Well, so I can die easy. Jesus gonna make up my dying bed. Is that better? Yeah? Okay. If that's better, then I'll do an original. You notice I did covers or traditional songs until, I wasn't going to ruin an original because I'm a musician, we can't do that. So I did an old Irish song called Black is the Color, and then I did a little In My Time of Dying. And I want to do a Scottish song for you, bro. I want to do like Paolo Nutini. But I could do it, and it wouldn't demonetize me because I could cut that song out. Or I could leave it in, and he just splits the revenue with me. Actually, I'd be happy to give Paolo Nutini. He's one of my favorite Scottish singers. I know it's not a Scottish name, but the man's Scottish. Is very Scottish. Let me do a quick tune-up. How's that? You haven't heard of Paolo Nutini? Oh my God. All right, sorry about that. Okay, here's an original. It's called Quetzalcoatl. It's on Spotify. You can look up this song. It's called Quetzalcoatl Love Dance. Parentheses Love Dance. Quetzalcoatl Love Dance, written by yours truly. And, yeah. I never know what there is to say when you look at me that way, when I never know what you want to hear, when you smile
through your tears. Locked in my room alone again, while you're back out there with other men. Oh, all I have left are my memories, and jealousy is my only friend. Oh, sweetheart, can we restart where we began? Oh, my lost friend, why can't we try this once again? Have you heard the cry of the dragon? His wing will devour your soul in heaven. His feathers shine like the lines of a rainbow. Till then, my lost lover, you'll cry here alone. Yeah, all right. I have to run to the bathroom. Tell me what you thought. I'll do one last song before I go. Listen to this in the meantime. I'll be right back. I haven't sung that song in a while, and I haven't hit the top note in it in a while, so I'll be right back.
Tonight went differently than planned. How are you doing? Getting those calluses back. I want to do the Scottish song for you. I can actually cut it out after the fact, or just share the rev with Paolo Nutini, and you know it's not like it's like $50 or $100. It's like $10. Share that with her. No, I could do it. I'll do the Paolo Nutini. I'll do it at the end. Do you want one more original? Do you want another cover, a traditional song? Or what do you want? I'll my fingers can hold up a bit more. I want to push them because I'm trying to heal them. And the diet, I mean, if the diet doesn't allow me to play music, then what am I even doing with it? Because it's a ridiculous diet, but it's freaking working. So what do you want? Tell me what you want. Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. Oh, and go buy Dr. Puka's new children's book. Absolutely go buy Dr. Puka's new children's book. Friend of the show, you know, serious friend. We support her work. Of all the academics doing magic and esotericism, I think she has the best approach. Brian's from Scotland and speaks lots of Gaelic, but don't knows as much as he'd like to. In Hibernia, Caledonia, I don't know if you can see the change. The change is there. What? Oh yeah. You can changes love come over me. Favorite key. What's my favorite key? E flat. E flat. I got original E flat. It's about my dad, but my band told me to say it was about a girlfriend. Otherwise, they just like, yeah, don't tell people that shit's about your dad, dude. Tell them it's about a chick. I was like, okay. This is called the gloaming. E flat's really nice. But I love G major. G major's beautiful. I love so many keys. Let's see if I remember this. Remember, I haven't been gigging in 9 years. Well, I gigged, you know what I mean. How's it start? If I just start playing it, maybe I'll know it. It sounds similar to an A Perfect Circle song because it came as the result of an exercise that I was doing in a music group I was in. So 1 week we had to all chart a song. So you map out a song that already exists. Then you map a song over it, but keep working on it. And by the time you're done, it's a completely different song, different tempo, different chord change, different key change, just rhythms, different emphasis. But this was charted or inspired by a different song. And so it does sound similar to that to people who know it. But it did become in the process its own song. It's a very fun exercise that you do in songwriting stuff. It's bar chords. My fingers are actually cutting through. Okay, I'm just gonna wrap up with the little Scottish song. I can't do it. That one's all bars, so it would just cut through my fingers, and this one's about to bleed. So I'm gonna end up with a Scottish song, Paolo Nutini, and then I'll cut it out afterwards. I sang in a lot of bands, but I sang under my own name a lot as well. Go to, well, just iTunes. Yeah, search out my name or Damanta. Damanta. This is a Scottish song by Paolo Nutini.
Well, I was perched outside in the pouring rain, trying to make myself a sail. Then I'll float to you, my darling, with the evening on my... I can't mess up the chords. Well, I was perched... Well, I was perched outside in the pouring rain, trying to make myself a sail. Then I'll float to you, my darling, with the evening on my tail. Although not the most on its means of travel, it gets me there nonetheless. I'm a heartless man at worst, babe, and a helpless one at best. Darling, I will bathe your skin, I'll even wash your clothes. Give me some candy before I go. Darling, I will kiss your eyes, lay you down on your rug. Give me some candy before my hug. Oh, I'm done explaining, but to her it plays out all the same. And although I'm left defeated, it gets held against my name. You know I got plenty to offer, baby, but it seems I've taken quite enough. I'm some stain on your bedsheet, you're my diamond in the rough. Darling, I will bathe your skin, I'll even wash your clothes. Give me some candy before I go. Darling, I will kiss your eyes, lay you down on your rug. Give me some candy after my hug. Oh, I know the writing's on the wall. Baby, I'll bathe your skin, I'll even wash your clothes. Just give me some candy before I go. Oh, darling, I will kiss your eyes, lay you down on your rug. Give me some candy after my hug. Oh, I'll be there waiting for you. I'll be there waiting for you. Oh, I'll be there waiting for you. Oh, I'll be there waiting for you. All those cutthroats with their jagged edges, all of them, they keep me waiting and waiting and waiting. All the sweet and the sugary philosophies, all of them, they keep me waiting and waiting and waiting. All the angels and their halos, all of them, they keep me waiting and waiting and waiting. Oh, I'll be there waiting for you. Oh, I'll be there waiting for you. Oh, I'll be there waiting for you.
Paolo Nutini. If you're watching this in the replay and you don't know what I'm talking about, it's because I cut out that song because YouTube made me. Yeah, if you see weird cuts in live videos, that's because YouTube is mandating cuts. Yeah, go check out Paolo Nutini. Go check out Paolo Nutini. Okay, no blood. This is a major step forward, no blood. First time I've been able to do that in a long time without getting blood. Yeah. check out my book club. Then I'll respond to any comments that you had, and we'll say goodnight. Walk the way of Hermes and unveil the life and light of the Corpus Hermeticum, Hermetic spirituality. Join our monthly book club to learn and meet others who seek the ancient wisdom of Hermes Trismegistus. Join via YouTube membership's book club tier and subscribe at hermeticspirituality.com. Thank you, Jacobus, for the gift memberships. That means we're only like 10 away for a new emoji. Sweet. Well, almost 4 hours here, guys. It's been a fun one. Thanks for spending your Friday evening with me. It's now midnight on the East Coast, and my hands are good. My hands are done. And you got the reverb. You're hearing my voice with an echo, which means I may as well play you a fucking Irish fucking jig while you got the echo and the reverb going. So here, you got the reverb going. You may as well hear one last thing. All right, this is the shit I would get paid some real money for. Yeah, gut strings aren't an option. It's been a good night. Yeah. This is a low whistle from Ireland. This is a $500 pipe, which you can take on a plane. They would take things away from me on the plane. I'm like, you're not taking this away from me. They're like, no. I'm like, why? Like, it's not a weapon. I'm like, dude, look at this shit. I could get you. And they'd be like, no, it's not a weapon. Oh, sure, it's just an instrument. It's like, you're taking my stool I just bought for $100, and you're taking my stool away, but you're letting me keep the low whistle? They're like, yeah, sure, what are you gonna do? Jig everyone to death? I'm like, dude, look at this point. And I was trying to explain to them how I could kill everyone on the plane with the low whistle to let me keep the stool. It was actually like a $350 stool with like this leather Celtic knotwork, and it was a tri-stand, and I would play the pipes on it, and they just took it away. Bastards. They're like, it's a weapon, it's got wood, you can hit someone. I'm like, hello? The insanity of our world today. George Carlin said it. Just wait. They will bring you a knife and fork. Absolutely.
I know my behavior can be erratic sometimes.
Anyway, so silly. Feels good to play. I haven't been risking it because I thought if I was gonna try and push my fingers through a few songs, I wanted to do it for people, not just alone in the house, all by myself. So yeah, it'll take your eye out. I make them watch that every year. Christmas Carol. Wonder if this has audio. No, I don't wonder. Anyway, we're just hanging out. Thank you. I'm really out of practice on the flute. Like, I used to be tight. Like, now I'm loose, so if I do like a Cape Breton reel, it's not smooth. I can do it pretty smooth. But there's not even spacing between the notes. That's what slipped away the last 9 years. I'm done. It's all done. Yeah. Thanks for watching. It's been a blast. Glad it still sounds really good. Yes, I'm very good at lots of instruments, but not nearly as good as I wish I was. So that's just how the cookie crumbles, right? And I'd be better if I got back to practicing more, but you all know why I don't. You know why I don't. The reason is simple. It's because
The people are retarded.
and let's remember that includes all of us, right? We're all a bit R-word. We can't say it, but Osho can because he was a guru. Moran Taig Agus Iawai Mahara Guramagat. Tatusa Kyol Krak name Sasta Shivsa Agus Slan Gafe Giagwich. You know what I'm just going to do from now is pronounce your Scottish Asquelga. I'm just going to use Irish pronunciation for your Scottish because it's better than if I try to imagine how it should sound in Scottish. If I can say it in Irish, it won't sound right in Scottish, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. It makes it easier for me, and then at least it sounds good. So, join the book club. Walk the way of Hermes and unveil the life and light of the Corpus Hermeticum, Hermetic spirituality. Join our monthly book club to learn and meet others who seek the ancient wisdom of Hermes Trismegistus. Join via YouTube membership's book club tier and subscribe at hermeticspirituality.com. Thank you very much, everyone. And yes, Scottish is nearly Irish. It's just Irish for stupid people. Just like the Irish had the double war pipes that you had to blow into, but then they discovered the uilleann pipes, and so they're like, fucking get rid of those, throw those old war pipes on the fucking dirt heap, on the shite heap. We don't need them. We got the parlor pipes now with our mouths free, so we don't have to blow air into them. Throw that fucking blowing pipe in the fucking garbage bin. And then, of course, what happens? A Scotsman comes along and he's like, oh yeah, this is a great invention, I love it, and it becomes the Scottish pipes. That's the story I was told by Scottish and Irish people in a group, so it's not racist, don't worry, they all intermix. There you go, hope you like the accents. We'll see you soon, have a great weekend. Tons of great announcements coming from the Arcane Research Society and EnokiaCon. It's going to be exciting. Ike Baker's now doing a practical workshop, not recorded, not filmed. Imagine getting to do workshops in a temple, in a room, doing ritual magic with Scott Stenwick, Ashton Chasan, and Ike Baker, and many others. That's never recorded, never streamed, no stream, just there. You can come to Austin and join us and get to do that with these amazing people, and it's a bargain. So we got rooms for $149 a night at the hotel. Get on board. It's going to be amazing. I love you all. Thanks for being my friends, my fans, my buddies. Thanks to the friends and people that watch me. All the support means the world to me. Give me some idea of how I can give you what you want. Help me help you. Let's do more. Let's have fun. The future is golden, and just no matter what happens in life, remember that
harmonic magic is not a thing.
All right, howdy doody, light and extension.
tonight, 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 tonight.